Hey, what's happening, family? It's your man, Mark Black. Woo, it's been a minute. Nice little hiatus for the holidays. Welcome, everybody. Happy New Year's Eve to all of you. I was determined that before I go hard in the paint, and don't worry, we're gonna, yeah, Sister Strongflower, this new music. But before I go in the paint for 2021, I wanted to gather myself, gather my resources, gather my, gird my loins, so to speak. So I took a nice little hiatus, and I want to thank all of you for your patience and your understanding and just letting the brother kind of get back to center. As you all well know, after the elections, a lot of us were, we were on some seriously angry shit. And while that's definitely necessary, definitely important, it's not the way that I choose or tend to operate, So with that having been said, fam, I want to thank you all for joining me for the final broadcast of this year for 2020. Don't worry, fam. I got a few things that I want to talk about, just kind of catching us up, talking about a bit about what this year has meant to me personally, what I've seen this year mean to us collectively. And then I'm going to open up the lines and I'm going to let y'all chop. I'm going to let you speak on any subject you want to speak on, right? Yeah, fam. It's just the transformer mode, you know me. Before we get started though, fam, as per usual, I want to remind you all to check the links in the description field of the video down below, right? There's links to resources, books, you name it. Always check it because it changes and there's different things that are available. If you feel like you love my work and you want to support it, there's a few ways you can do that. You can hit the Cash App. You can join the channel as a member, so on and so forth. Again, I understand my audience. Shit, I'm still waiting on the stimulus, right? So if you can call it, call it. If not, I perfectly understand. And I also want to give my greetings. So let's do that first. First of all, Sister Strongflower was here way early today. This time, Darker Visions, you weren't first, fam. Sister Strongflower was in the house hella ago. So shout out to Sister Strongflower. Shout out to Darker Visions as per usual. Bobby Generic is in the house. Hello to you, fam. Sister Tiffany is up in this piece. Yeah, 2020 is just about a wrap. Brother Black Man, what it do? Sister Rhonda is in the house. I think this is Brother John. He said they got him again because he be riding hard in the paint, but you cannot stop the fire. Right, Brother Morpheus is definitely up in this piece. Shout out to Brother Morpheus. Let's see here. That looks like it's about it for now. But of course, us. We on CPT, so I imagine people will trickle in. Right, we're about an hour away from the start of the new year for our brothers and sisters on the East Coast. So I'm riding with y'all more and more. Hey, B1 fam, Happy New Year to you. I don't know what time zone you in, but it's approaching for us all, fam. So Happy New Year to you. Lionel is in the house. Brother Monty, peace. I see you, fam. What's good? Yeah, we getting ready to just recap, man. 2020 has been, it's been one of the damnedest, you feel me? I mean, wow, fam. Who'da knew that at the start of 2020, we would have seen a year like we've seen? Fam, we have lived through what is classified in that old so-called Chinese saying as interesting times, fam. Interesting times. As you all know, we are deep in the heart of the era of the coronavirus, also known as the Rona, right? We've seen upwards of 350,000 Americans dead from this shit, including a gang of us. May they all rest well with our ancestors. Shout out to Michi, by the way, and beloved sister Taj. Welcome to the broadcast, fam. If we were just talking about the coronavirus alone, right, 2020 would have already been one motherfucker of a year, no doubt. But we have seen the advent of huge changes, not just for us personally, many of us, right? Many of us who have lost jobs, livelihoods, businesses, homes due to the Rona, right? But we've also seen the advent of one of the greatest uprisings for injustice against our people since we've been here, right? With the murders of our sister Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, we got out there in the streets. And while I don't think we did enough, to be quite honest, that's my own personal belief, we didn't do enough, we did something, right? There's a little too much game playing, a little too much performative bullshit that went on, too much jockeying for funds and aid rather than actually pushing these motherfuckers to do the needful, right? We've now seen the murder of another brother up in Minnesota, right, at the hands of the police department up there. So not enough work was done, but we saw the people come out. By the way, shout out to you, Emmanuel. Welcome to the broadcast. A happy new year to you as well, fam. We've also seen the greatest downturn in the economy since probably the Great Depression. We've also seen the pale stream media and the government try to cover up the fact that we are currently in a depression, right? Brother Tazabah, Shalom, fam, I see you. Welcome to the broadcast, and happy approaching New Year to you, fam. Yeah, fam, they gave us $1,200 funky ass dollars way back in May sometime, and bitched and quibbled and cried and pissed and moaned to give us another 6. Still no health care, still no aid, still no help. Your government in 2020 abandoned you. But if you were black, that wasn't really anything new to us, right? Like, I don't know any black folk that looked at what's happened in the government and is in any way shocked, like blown away or whatever. No. The rest of America for 2020 got a taste of what it's like to be niggas for a change. Yep. The government said all of y'all are Negroes and treated everybody accordingly. Right? That's what I'm saying more and more. None of us was shocked by this shit. None of us was shocked at all, fam, by the government playing tricks, by the government sitting there quibbling over 1,200 or 600 or 2,000. None of us was shocked by that. We still fighting this rotten motherfucker for reparations. We were not shocked in the least. But our fellow Americans got a wake-up call, fam. We tried to tell them that we were the canary in the coal mines, right? That what you let happen to black Americans will ultimately happen to all of you. Yeah, well, some people you gotta show them better than you can tell them. Between Trader Trump's sorry-ass lack of handling of the coronavirus, the subsequent pillaging of the Treasury to give to the rich in the CARES Act, right? We're talking trillions of dollars just up in smoke. With Jeff Bezos now on his way to $1 trillion in net wealth, the man's worth over like what, 200 and some odd billion dollars at this point, right? Fam, everybody's getting the business. For once in our lifetimes in America, it ain't just us taking the fuck. Everybody's getting it. Oh, fam. And then you want to talk about a spit in the face. Like Brother Black Man said, when they passed this little funky ass $600 stimulus, because I don't know how much stimulation they think the economy's going to get from $600 where that money immediately is going to go to property owners. It's immediately going to go to the wealthy. No one else. It ain't going to stimulate us. Many of us, $600 is a respectable payment on our back rent. We might be able to catch up the light bill now. Some of us are actually be able to have some chicken in the refrigerator instead of cold cuts. $600 is a goddamn insult. You're right, Emmanuel. People did not notice the trillions. Wait a minute, Emmanuel. The $2 trillion that was in the CARES Act was just a drop in the bucket. How many people didn't even realize that the Fed, through qualitative easing and shit, had already committed to $1 trillion per day to the banks? $1 trillion per day. Fam, isn't it funny that they always got some excuse why they tell us that we can't get any assistance, right? They lock assistance or aid for us behind all these different gates, all these means tests, right? So the first stimulus was $1,200, but if you were an adult dependent, or if you were a college student, or if you owed child support, or if you owed this or you owed that, then you didn't even see $1,200. Fam, I owe back child support. Now, I pay child support regularly. I'm not a deadbeat, but I owe because I can't afford to pay the amount that they told me I need to pay. I'm being real with y'all, fam. I always am real with y'all, right? I pay for my son, right? But I can't call the amount that they're asking me to pay because I'm not working. So I'm behind about $6,000. It's not a huge amount, right? You know, I'm not hugely behind, but I'm behind enough. I didn't get shit. I didn't get no stimulus at all. Zero. My missus got $1,200. My son, he's not an adult dependent, so he got $1,200. So it did help us some. But that $1,200 wasn't shit. Now, I know what we were all thinking, fam, at least most Americans. Because remember, black folk is like, I was shocked that they actually gave us the $1,200. I'm not even going to front. I was actually blown away. I was like, $1,200? These motherfuckers are going to give us $1,200. Like, I remember being an adult in the George Bush era. And after the Twin Towers came down and the economy took a shit because everybody was scared to go out of their house because of terrorists, right? George Bush said, give them $300. They'll be all right, right? So when they said $1,200, I was like, what America am I living in that these motherfuckers is even considering $1,200, right? So let's keep it a full ass buck. I wasn't even expecting the $1,200. But when they gave the $1,200, fam, how many of our fellow Americans do you think believed that that wasn't going to be just one time? Right? Like, surely in the greatest downturn that we've seen since the Great Depression, since our grandparents, if you were Xer, right? Since our grandparents' era. I'm going to let that comment read out, by the way, Morpheus. Don't you worry, fam. And thank you for the love, bruh. We thought that they would, okay, they did the $1,200. Maybe they've cracked wise. Maybe they've seen that we need to have some money to kind of carry us through this thing, and they're going to do it again. June came, nothing. July came, nothing. And we watching the Sun Belt be decimated.
The corrupt SWS-ran-us government initiated the largest upward transfer of wealth in U.S. history but can't pay 2,000 stimmy or reparations SMH.
Facts! Facts, 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 facts! Fam, the CARES Act was the largest transfer of wealth to people that have it in American history. Do you understand me? It was the largest government gimme to those who already got. that we have ever seen in the history of the United States of America. But these bitches want to quibble over whether or not to give us $600? Fam, but on top of it, we watched the Sun Belt be decimated this summer with the COVID, right? With the Rona, right? States like Texas, Louisiana, Georgia get hammered. By the way, shout out to Besta. Brother Besta, I see you, fam. Happy New Year's to you, fam. Big love to you. Brother Rob is in the house. Peace, prosperity, and Happy New Year to my man. Welcome to the broadcast. We watched as more businesses closed, more restaurants closed, not temporarily, fam, forever. To put this into perspective, there's a restaurant. I'm going to give you a case in point of what the Rona has meant to all of us. You know, the unwashed masses, the hoi polloi, right? The plebs. There's a restaurant in San Francisco that has been serving food to people since the 1800s. The Cliff House. Look it up, fam. I will give you the information. I will never lie to you. Look the shit up yourself. The Cliff House has been serving customers since the 1800s. Continuously. Through world wars, through the Great Depression, the whole 9 yards. The Cliff House is closed, fam. Permanently. The Great Depression couldn't kill the Cliff House. World War I couldn't kill the Cliff House. World War II couldn't kill the Cliff House. All the protests and riots during the Vietnam War couldn't kill the Cliff House. The oil shocks of the 70s, the downturn of the economy, and the inflation of the 80s under Reagan, the motherfucking depression of 2000 and 2008. But the Cliff House is dead now. But they trying to spin us these bullshit ass yarns that we not living in a damn depression. That everything's just gonna bounce back. We're gonna be all right. Meanwhile, we watch our neighbors to the north, Canada, shout out to the Canadians, get $2,000 a month. We watch Australia shut down entire states. In Australia, Melbourne, shut down. And when I say shut down, fam, all of you soft motherfuckers who sat here and complained because our government's asked us to shelter in place, to stay at home for a bit. You wouldn't know a shutdown if it bit you in the ass. In Australia, in Melbourne, when they had coronavirus out of control, they shut the whole goddamn state down. You couldn't travel nowhere. There wasn't no restaurants open. You couldn't do shit except go to the hospital, go to the grocery store, and stay your ass at home. They did that for what, 2-3 weeks? And killed the coronavirus in its steps, in its tracks. Now in Australia, they go to work. They still wear masks, right? They still socially distance and all that other shit. Right? But their life looked relatively normal. New Zealand smashed the coronavirus. Not once, but twice. Vietnam is right next to China. So if China sneezes, Vietnam is going to catch a motherfucking cold. And Vietnam has had grand total 200 fatalities from coronavirus. But America, we're number one. We're number one. We're number one in cases. We're number one in deaths. Fam, Rona has done such a number on America that when I heard about a new strain in the UK and in South Africa and all that shit, I said to myself, that strain's already here. I said, I'm not bullshitting, fam. I didn't even blink. I didn't even miss a trick. I said, that strain's already here. Sure enough, They found somebody with that strain in Colorado, and now they found somebody with that strain in San Diego in California. Don't worry, Brother Rob. I'm gonna be opening up the phone lines, fam. Everybody's gonna get a chance to chop. We're doing it big tonight. I'm just recapping, sharing your brother's perspective on 2020. So I appreciate y'all's patience, fam. We're gonna let y'all all get it in. All right. And here's the crazy part. The 2 people that they tested and found the new strain in hadn't even traveled overseas. So we already have community spread. By the way, for those of you who are unfamiliar, community spread just means that the virus is spreading throughout our peoples, right? It's not people are picking it up at events or in institutions like a hospital or something like that. Like, it's not like MRSA. Community spread is us giving that shit to each other. We already have community spread in the United States of the new variant of the coronavirus. It's not any more deadly as far as we know, but hugely more virulent, much more infectious. And they told Americans, hey, if you can travel, if you cannot travel for Halloween, Labor Day, don't do it. Motherfuckers was on planes traveling and shit for Labor Day, for Halloween. So we seen surge on top of that. Then they said, hey, we're seeing the big surge coming. Don't travel for Thanksgiving. Of course, you got cameras at the airport. Everybody got there. They with their mask on. This, that, and the third, traveling for Thanksgiving. You're right. They didn't shut down the airports. Because freedom! In America, freedom is worth more than any goddamn thing else. And freedom isn't defined as the just capability to action. No. Freedom is I will do whatever the fuck I want to do. And I don't care what the information say, who shot John, etc. We got a real warped definition of what constitutes freedom in the United States. We really do. Because I would think that your ability or your freedom to act stops where it affects my ability to not be affected by your motherfucking actions. I would think that your freedom to do whatever the hell it is that you feel like doing stops when the possibility of you doing whatever the fuck you feel like doing means that you infect me with what potentially could be a deadly virus. I would think, right? And Brother Rob brought up a very good point. He said it's the pathology of coronavirus to mutate. No, fam, it's every virus. I'll get to that.
It's not even a political thing. A lot of MSM watching ninjas who vote for Biden and blame Trump for poorly handling the virus were going to clubs every weekend. I know from driving Uber SMH.
Abso-fucking-lutely. We sit here and throw shade, and rightfully, at Trump and company. Fam, as you all know, as my black sheep, my fellow black sheep, I was on board with a second Trump presidency. I'm not a Republican. By the way, thanks, Brother Rob, for the love, man. I appreciate you, fam. Y'all know I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican, but I had no problem with a second Trump presidency.
Peace, prosperity, and Happy New Year.
Yes, sir. Right? But the way that he refused to even handle this shit was outright criminal. But here's the thing. I do not put all of the blame on Donald Trump. Because America has shown its natural ass in the era of the Rona. No bullshit. If you had any doubts about the lack of empathy, the lack of capacity to understand any other person's life other than one's own, if you had any doubts about the need of Americans to be right in spite of evidence, in spite of proof, in spite of information, in spite of research, look no further than to see how we, as the people, have handled the coronavirus. Fam, you had people running around legit coughing on motherfuckers trying to spread this shit. That is, those of them that actually believed that the coronavirus is a thing. There are people in my chat who believe that the coronavirus is a man-made virus, that are on some conspiracy theory shit. That's, of course, those people that believe at least it's a virus. You still got people out here that think that people are just getting sick from ultra high frequency electromagnetic radiation from 5G towers. By the way, I still get a shit signal on my T-Mobile phone, but 5G is supposed to be making motherfuckers die from. Really? And Sister Strongflower is right. Everybody does, especially if you're black, need to read medical apartheid. We've been tested, probed, prodded, experimented on the whole 9 yards. No doubt. And I've actually had to come to my own understanding as far as that all goes. Don't worry, I'm going to talk about it before I open up the lines. But at any rate, America has showed its natural ass in the era of the Rona. People just don't give a fuck about masking, about social distancing. Fam, I got family members I ain't seen since before March. Legit. Why? Not because I hate them. I love them. But I want to make sure that I don't get sick from them and I don't make them sick, because of the possibility that I could be the carrier of the Rona right now and be completely asymptomatic. I'm infecting everybody the fuck around me and I don't know this shit. That's real talk. Unsunken one. Hey, fam, I took a hiatus because I'm going hard in the paint for 2021. And I wanted to gather my energies, right? Gird my loins, so to speak. I've been on a vacation of sorts. But yeah, Strongflower is right. The airlines have done everything they can to fucking save their own asses. The airlines was so bold and egregious in this shit that they got money in the CARES Act. So they got billions of dollars in the CARES Act. And then still had the nerve to tell their employees, yeah, we're going to take this government money. But come September, you motherfuckers is out of a job. No bullshit. They said that publicly. They admitted that they were going to take the government funds, billions and billions of dollars. This was after last year, the airlines having a banner year and giving bonuses out all over the motherfucking place. Right? Wasting all this money and buying back their shares of stock and shit like that. Taj said that money should have gone straight to workers. It's disgusting.
Trump was a virus denier, but blaming him for the virus was disingenuous by many. Like I said, I dropped off liberal ninjas at clubs every weekend.
Facts. That's facts. Trump ain't solely to blame. He played a huge fucking role in this shit, but it ain't on him. Just like it won't be solely on Biden to address the coronavirus issue either. There ain't really much he can do, because you and I have shit that we need to do. And if we're not fucking doing it, telling him to do shit don't mean nothing.
Ninjas who volunteer for the first round of vaccines are foolish, don't know our history with SWS medicine, or both.
So I guess it's time, that part of the show where we talk about the vaccine, because that's come up a multitude of times. So, as per usual, being your brother and one who loves you, I'm going to say this. I am not going to sit here and tell you whether or not you should or should not take the vaccine. I believe that my black sheep, my dyed in the wool, pun intended, tried and true, know enough to do their own due diligence and make this crucial decision for themselves. But for those of you who wonder what Brother Black has decided, I will tell you publicly what I've decided. I and my household will be choosing to get the vaccination. Now, I would love it if you were to call me stupid, to say that I'm naive, to say that I'm crazy, that I don't understand medical racism, that I don't understand the history of experimentation on black people and shit. I wish you would tell me that. Of all the people that you could probably tell that shit to, I'm not your dude. I understand it 100% completely. So I bet many of you are wondering why it is that I intend, when the vaccine is made available in my area, to choose to take the vaccine. Specifically, either the Moderna vaccine, right? Or the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, okay? The reason why I have chosen to take the vaccine is as follows. By the way, Double C, is good to see you as well, fam, and I hope you and yours are doing well. Now, I want you to all understand that I am not telling you to go and get the vaccine. I'm telling you to do your due diligence. Just like I'm about to.
Good to see my brother. Hope you and yours are doing well. Been missing your broadcast. Glad to see you.
Fam, we are doing as well as anybody has a right to expect in such interesting times. And thank you for the love, fam. I'm going to explain to you why I feel and why I've been discussing with my family, and we have decided to make the choice to take the vaccine. The first reason is this. Every single one of the people that I know that are talking about they will not take the coronavirus vaccine have all been vaccinated for a multitude of shit. Don't believe me? If your ass is over the age of, say, 30, I can guarantee you, you've been vaccinated for measles, mumps, rubella. You've been vaccinated for diphtheria. You've been vaccinated for a whole host of shit. And guess what? Your ass still here. Many of you, except in moments of you just losing your mind, don't seem cognitively fucked up or anything like that I'm aware of. You're still here. Of all the different scientific things that we are aware of as black folk, the advent of vaccines is the one that we should have the least problem with, to be quite honest with you. That's not to say that our issues with us experiencing medical racism, being treated as less than human, not being treated properly for pain relief, and so on and so forth, having tests and experimentations done against us, against our will, and so on and so forth, right? That's not to say that history isn't true. But it is to say that black folk have benefited from vaccinations. We all have benefited from vaccinations. That's number one. I just simply look at the information. I look at the numbers of people that are still alive today instead of suffering from polio. I look at the numbers of people that are still alive today instead of having died from smallpox. Not just white folks, not just Asians or whatever the case may be, but black folk too. It is what it is. Number two, the mRNA technology that was used to develop both of those vaccines is a game changer. And I don't give a fuck if any of you don't understand that. I actually could spend the next 2-3 hours going into the science with you. And I'm not even a scientist, fam. But the science behind this shit is amazing. It is absolutely game changing. It is game changing on a level that I don't even have the words to describe. All of you know I'm a science nerd. I read everything. I read biology. I read physics. I read every damn thing I can get my hands on. And the point of fact, fam, mRNA technology is crazy good. It has the potential to be a game changer across the board for many illnesses that today kill a whole bunch of folk. And not to mention the fact that it's pretty much infinitely scalable. Meaning that there will one day be universal vaccines for a lot of different shit. Now, how do I know this? Because I actually read the studies. I'm not sitting here making determinations on my health and my family's health by clickbait articles on the internet or by what somebody else is saying. I'm not even making these determinations based off of somebody who happens to have a friend who's a nurse who works in a hospital who says, yeah, I ain't really comfortable with that shit. No, I actually looked at the information. I looked at Moderna's reports. I looked at AstraZeneca's shit. That's how I knew that AstraZeneca had problems from the gate. And strangely enough, it got caught that they weren't tabulating the data right, that they hadn't formulated the studies correctly, and they had to go back to the drawing board, which is why AstraZeneca isn't in the running for emergency use authorization. Fam, you keep acting as if they're going to invest billions of dollars during a pandemic just to get black people. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they don't look for ways to hurt us. Trust me, they do. But this one ain't the move.
I said first round. That's important. Mom is doctor level nurse and she also advises against first round participant. I second reading medical apartheid and leave it at that. To each his own.
Facts. And again, Brother Morpheus, I want it to be clear. This ain't got shit to do with you. Brother Black did not make this decision in consultation with any of you. And I don't expect any of you to make this decision in consultation with me. I'm simply sharing my choice because people have asked me, do I intend to take the vaccine? Yes, I do. Let me give you a quick breakdown of what mRNA vaccine technology does. If you understand viral infection, understanding what mRNA does is easy. But for those of you who don't, how a virus infects your cells is simply this. A virus is a chain of RNA, is a molecule of RNA wrapped in a lipid shell with some means by which to access your cell's machinery. Okay, y'all with me so far? A virus is about the lowest kind of form of anything we can call life that you can possibly imagine. It's just this side of alive. And what this does is after it accesses your cell's machinery, it uses its RNA to instruct your cells to make more copies of itself, of every aspect of it, of its shell, of its RNA, and so on and so forth. And your cells then do this to the point where they end up destructing themselves in the process of creating more viruses. And then those viruses spread throughout your body and they infect other cells and instruct those cells to make more replicants of the virus and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's how viruses replicate in the human body. Now, what makes RNA or the possibility of using RNA vaccines so game-changing? Because messenger RNA, which is what mRNA stands for, it just stands for messenger RNA. You don't have to take your brother's word for it. Please look all this shit up. Do your due diligence, okay? Right? But messenger RNA does the same thing. It goes into your cells. It then uses the cell's apparatus, the machine apparatus of the cell, and says, create this particular protein. Your cells say, okay. It reads that messenger RNA, creates copies of that protein, at which point the messenger RNA disappears. It just gets destroyed. It's like after you read a message, you throw it in the fire, you burn it, you delete it. You delete it off your hard drive. The messenger RNA disappears. So, fam, even if the messenger RNA was somehow bad, which I can't figure out how that would be unless they coded it to maybe make a different type of protein. The messenger RNA, once it's read, is destroyed in your body anyway. It doesn't linger. But what does linger with these mRNA vaccines is a copy of the spike protein that the coronavirus uses to attach to your ACE2 receptors on your cell to enter the cell in the first place. Now, this protein is a foreign protein. And what this does is it allows your body's T cells, your B cells, and all of that to develop antibodies to that spike protein. So let me say right out the gate that the vaccine is not meant to cure coronavirus. I've seen that bullshit flying around. Oh, I ain't taking the vaccine. It doesn't cure coronavirus anyway. No vaccine is meant to cure the disease. Vaccines are prophylaxis, fam. Vaccines are to set your body's immune system up so that when you're exposed to an actual pathogen, your body already has the tools in place to respond to it and take it out. So when you get exposed to the Rona, your body can say, wait a minute, that spike protein, I recognize that. And will be able to attack that coronavirus and destroy it. It's a tool to give your body the immunity we lack to the coronavirus. And it's done not using a piece of the virus or some dead virus like some of the other vaccines that are out here. It's done using messenger RNA. It's a game changer. It doesn't infect your DNA. Matter of fact, there's so many myths that have been going around that are easily debunked. Like I said, I could spend the next 2 hours on this shit and I'd still have more to say. Like people are saying, oh, it's going to alter your body's DNA. How? There's no mechanism by which messenger RNA even has access to the nucleus of your cell and thus cannot affect your DNA. Messenger RNA never even gets close to your DNA. It's like all these people out here you would think are like virologists or epidemiologists or biologists all of a sudden from all the strong opinions and this, that, and the third that people seem to have regarding the mRNA. Was it fast-tracked? Let me tell you something, fam. You have no idea because don't really talk about it. But you have no idea how much money was thrown at the development of a coronavirus vaccine. You can fast-track any medicine if you throw billions and billions and trillions of dollars of resources at it. Seriously, fam. I'm not saying you shouldn't be uncomfortable. Even the speed of it makes me a little bit uncomfortable. Except that I, again, went back and looked at the science. And the science that led up to the development of the mRNA vaccines, those scientists have been working on this shit for almost a decade now. Sure, this particular application of messenger RNA has been fast-tracked and it's relatively new, right? But the understanding of the uses of messenger RNA to develop specific protein profiles and to help trigger the body's immune response or other responses is not new science. We're just now hearing about it because we have a need to hear about it due to the coronavirus. And no, Bobby Generic, I'm not certain what you mean by PEGs. Can you not use the acronym? And Sister Strongflower is right. Thalidomide, AZT, all been issues. But sorry, that doesn't apply here. That doesn't apply here. The science behind the development of mRNA vaccines has been on the table for a good minute. We just haven't had a need to utilize this science to try and develop a vaccine for anything until now. Or at least not anything that would either be hugely emergent like a worldwide pandemic or the possibility of curing some major disease or whatever that could be lucrative for whoever developed the vaccine or the treatment or whatever the case may be. But I have no doubt that in the future there will be more. This is a game changer. And I, having done the research and looked at things to my understanding, I have no problem. I have no problem. And you know what, Unsunken One? I get that. Because that's a major issue too, right? Is that a lot of these motherfuckers have lied to us about so much different shit. It's hard to know what to trust, right? You look at Anthony Fauci. Now, a lot of so-called liberals and left-wingers think Anthony Fauci is this paragon of virtue, you know, this selfless, you know, individual out here just trying to save as many people as he possibly can. Then you got some right-wing folk that accuse Fauci of being the face for some sort of global depopulation scheme utilizing medicine and this, that, and the third. And I'm saying right wing and left wing, but there are left wingers and right wingers that believe both. So it's interchangeable. It's not even political. It's just people on some shit. Anthony Fauci is neither one. Just like most things, the truth is somewhere in the middle. Do I believe that Dr. Fauci has an agenda? Not really. Not at all. I don't see any evidence of Dr. Fauci being in any way part of some globalized agenda to wipe people off the map. I think the people that say that are full of shit. I don't think they have any evidence at all, except, like I said, clickbait articles, viral bullshit that they continue to spread in their little chat rooms and their echo chambers online. Sorry, evidence just ain't there. And even if there was some sort of global depopulation conspiracy, I can guarantee you that your ass wouldn't know shit about it until we were knee deep in it. Because for all the talk that everybody's got about COVID-19 now, when January hit and only people that were actually paying attention to any news out of China, I watch news from China, fam. Now, I don't speak Chinese, so I have to look at translations and shit. But I try to watch news and resources from China. They were talking about the coronavirus as late as December, early part of January. None of you motherfuckers knew about any of this shit. I barely knew about it. In January, I barely knew. And I keep track on this sort of thing. Like I said, I'm a nut. Your boy's a nerd. I'm a science geek. I will watch something just because it appears to be interesting. I will read a paper just because the title seems strange. But the rest of you didn't have a thought in your motherfucking mind about the possibility of a coronavirus. But now, all of a sudden, in 8 months, everybody's got opinion on top of opinion? No, there are informed opinions, which I think are valid. And then there's asshole opinions, because everybody got an asshole, just like everybody got an opinion. You're not obligated to be led, family, by everybody's opinion. Like I said, I'm going to take the vaccine. I don't give a fuck what y'all feel about it, because I'm convinced by the evidence. But check game, though. Check game. When the information did come out about the coronavirus, while the whole rest of the world, where scientific literacy is a thing, right, where people actually pay attention to scientists, doctors, scholars, and shit like that, the whole rest of the world was like, oh shit, this is bad. And they prepped. South Korea, Vietnam, all of the Southeast Asian countries, Taiwan. Everywhere else that was on some fuckboy shit where you a nerd if you actually do anything more than read a book, didn't have a goddamn clue what was coming. So the government powers that be in our country, including Dr. Anthony Fauci, have given contradictory and sometimes flat out incorrect information. For example, Dr. Fauci was notorious for telling us that face coverings wouldn't do shit to help us with coronavirus. Y'all remember that? Now, never mind the fact that if you look west, if you look across the west to the Pacific, when you look at the Asian nations, the motherfuckers wear a mask on a humbug over there. Why? Because a lot of pandemics and epidemics and shit start over there. They done got hip. They wear masks on a humbug, which is why the spread initially of the coronavirus was able to be tamped down so quickly in a lot of the Southeast Asian countries because they were used to masking already. But here we had one of our greatest frontline people tell us, oh, don't worry about masking. So we went months where we could have been wearing masks to reduce the spread of this shit before they finally came out around May. Before he finally came out around May, like April, May, and said, oh yeah, maybe we should wear a mask. Well, by then we've had 3 months of the spread of this shit, Dr. Fauci. Thanks a fucking lot. So the man is not perfect. And exactly, Darker Vicious hit it on the head. He came back later and offered the rationale that he was trying to conserve PPE for frontline people, right? Your healthcare workers, so on and so forth. But instead of Dr. Fauci coming out and telling us that our government is not prepared for a pandemic, that we don't have enough PPE available so that everybody can get a mask, and ask us to partner with the government to ensure that PPE would get to our frontline healthcare workers and vulnerable populations and so on and so forth. He just came out and spent this bullshit. So no, he's not blameless. Morpheus, if this is an experimentation on black folk specifically to improve medicine, right?
It's not about specifically targeting us with a weaponized fake vaccine, which yes, WS is capable of, but about the documented history of experimenting on us to improve their medicine.
Okay, so let's say, for the sake of argument, Brother Morpheus, that you're 100% right on this one, that the attempts to get us to take the coronavirus vaccine is nothing more than an extended experiment to better the efficacy of the vaccine, right, in order for them to make it better. I don't know what their medicine means, because even though I barely got access to healthcare, when I go, I get the same roughly healthcare that everybody else get. I don't know. They don't have a drawer in the doctor's office that says black medicine and then white medicine. We just get medicine. But I digress. But let's say that you're 100% right. Here's the question I'd like to ask you. How do you expect medicine for us then to ever improve? Don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here telling you to be a guinea pig. No, not at all. I would first of all, that would be highly unethical, and for me, just flat out immoral. I would never even demand or bring that up to any black person. But I would like to ask black people this one simple question. How is it that medicine that could be beneficial for us is ever going to advance if we never participate in the process by which new medicines are developed? If we look at every single case of a development of a new drug, a new medicine, a new vaccine, a new treatment as experimentation on us, how do we ever expect it to ever be efficacious for our health if we never participate in the process? I wasn't asked, fam. I don't even think up here they needed to ask anybody. Because up here, when they said they were looking for volunteers for phase trials, I live in white DeVille, Pacific Northwest. Liberals up here were volunteering in droves. And yes, we do experience medical disparities by race. I never said that we don't. Like, don't straw man me, Morpheus, because I would never say that. We do experience medical disparities by race. My question to us is this simply: how do we ever expect medicine that could be efficacious for us to get better if we see every attempt at bettering medicine, treatment, prophylaxis, so on and so forth, as either some experiment to make something better for everybody else or an out-and-out conspiracy to eliminate us off the map? Like, that's a valid question. I'm not saying that your concerns, that your worries are not valid. They definitely are. Like I said, I've read Medical Apartheid. I'm very well aware of the long, unholy history of medicine being practiced upon us. But my point is this: for me, I choose to pay attention to the science. I don't really give a shit about what the politicians are saying. I don't trust them. I don't trust Trump. I don't trust Biden. I don't even trust Fauci and all the rest of them. I don't trust none of them, and neither should you. Trust in the people that have made this their life's work, who got hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loans, who labor hours and hours over beakers, who read reams and reams of data to publish papers. Trust in them. Start getting your hands dirty. Look at the journals of medicine. Start looking at the actual research yourself, right? I'm not saying to buy into anything. I'm asking you to do your due diligence, but I am asking you to do your due diligence. I'm saying to you that dismissing this out of hand because of previous situations that occurred and this, that, and the third may actually be doing us more harm than good. That's my opinion on it. And no, I didn't minimize your concern, but medicine is medicine, Morpheus. Morpheus, all I'm saying, fam, is explain to me where the black medicine at and where the white medicine at. Because if you give me acetaminophen, it has the same effects on me it has on a white person. So it's not like they have a special drawer for black acetaminophen that only has less effectiveness than the kind they give to white folks. Last time I checked, I struggle to get medicine and I get treated with bad disparities. I don't sometimes get the pain medicine and the palliative care that I need. Sometimes I don't even get access to medicine at all. I'm not denying any of that. Sometimes without my informed consent, treatments may be pushed upon me, and in my lack of understanding of information and my inability to advocate for myself healthcare wise, I can be taken advantage of. I'm not disputing that either. What I am saying is simply this. Unless you can establish that in this particular instance, that's the case, why not just do your due diligence and make your own choice? Why do we have to propagate all of these unfounded, no evidence having hypotheses that nobody has the capability to test? That's all I'm saying. Right? That's all I'm saying. I'm done with this topic because, to be honest, I've said what I've got to say on it. I intend to take the vaccine. I'm not telling you to do it. I am saying don't be swayed by your fears, your worries, concerns. Do your due diligence and make the choice for yourself. You don't have to trust the politicians. I don't. I definitely don't trust no politicians. But at some point, you're going to have to trust somebody. If you decide not to take it, that's fine. Be aware that there are consequences both ways, right? So the consequences both ways are roughly about equal, in my opinion. So I could have chosen not to do the virus, or chosen not to do the vaccine, or to chose to do it. But here's the choices. Here's my decision tree for those it may help. And for the rest of you, believe whatever the fuck you like. I don't care. All right. My decision tree was as follows. If I don't take an available vaccine, I have no immunity whatsoever. By the way, Happy New Year to all my people in the East Coast. right? East Coasters, Happy New Year to y'all. Welcome to 2021, you lucky sons of bitches. Y'all made us to here first. Happy New Year's to all my East Coast people. My decision tree was as follows. If I don't take the vaccine, I have no natural immunity to COVID-19 or to, SARS-CoV-2. Okay. So if I'm exposed to SARS-CoV-2, I'm likely to develop COVID-19 disease. Now, I'm well aware that I have possibly some secondary conditions that it could increase my potential of having a much more severe illness than other people would. I'm not old. I'm only 47. I'll be 48 in this coming month in January, right? So I'm not old, much as I feel like I'm old, right? But I have other conditions that may be conducive to having a more severe illness. Now, if I do develop a more severe illness, the potential is there that I might actually have a critical case of COVID disease. And of those people that develop a critical case of COVID disease, not too many of them make it out of the ICU. That's just factual. So if I get this, I could survive it probably pretty well. That is, if I don't end up with some long haul COVID disease, because that's a whole nother topic, right? The long haulers. So there's that. If I don't take it, the first time I'm exposed to it, I'm going to get sick. Unless I happen to be one of those strange folk that are asymptomatic and never get sick. I'm not willing to roll the dice on that though. Okay. So if I do take the vaccine, I run the risk of side effects, whatever they may be, right? I could have neurological side effects. I could have, muscle weakness. I've seen somebody said that 4 people in one study developed Bell's palsy, which is a temporary paralysis of one side of your face. All right. I wouldn't want that, but I could develop side effects. But however, if I didn't develop any side effects, which is likely, I don't think they're just willy-nilly going to hand the shit out to everybody and say, oh, look at that side effect. Isn't that interesting? I don't think that's how this is going down. But if I develop a side effect, I have to face the issues of that. However, my body will have the best immunity I can give it to an infection of SARS-CoV-2, and thus I will probably not, if most likely not, get sick from it. So for me, I decided that the side effects, potential, whatever, doesn't outweigh the possible benefits of me not getting sick from the coronavirus. That's my decision tree. I respect yours. Well, actually, I don't really respect it, but I understand it. Understand mine. You don't have to respect it, but understand it. All right, so East Coast New Year's is in the house. Man, did y'all hear that that Times Square was basically gonna be empty this year? Glad to see it, by the way. I'd hate for your New Year's Eve in New York to be another motherfucking, super spreader event. You know what I'm saying? That shit would be crazy, right? So I'm glad to see that my East Coast, New York, East Side people, welcome to 2021. Happy New Year. You know what I'm saying? Happy New Year. You know, fam, I wanted to talk to you about a little bit, for me, about what you can expect. Thank you, Sister Strongflower. Now that I love you for. I appreciate you for that. And yes, I did hear about the sister who couldn't get decent medical treatment. It was bullshit. She was a doctor herself, one of the best people who could advocate for herself, and she still got fucked over. We have a hell of a lot more fighting to do, fam. A lot of fighting to do. Trust me on this one. This ain't the first fight we're going to have with medicine, and it ain't going to be the last fight that we have with medicine, if we're smart, right? We should never rest until we can see those racial disparities in childbirth and child mortality, in treatment for pain and palliative care, and so on and so forth, in choosing whether or not to treat us as opposed to treat someone else, right? We got a whole host of fights that don't have shit to do with COVID or not COVID, right? So, boom. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that, Sister Strongflower, and I hope for the best possible outcome myself. All right. But in 2021, fam, I've stated that I intend to go hard. And so I wanted to kind of set your minds for what that means, right? Because we've done a lot of examination on various topics. But ultimately, all those topics break down to the common traits or the common actions that we all take as human beings, right? Education, entertainment, right? Working, the law, religion, politics, sex, violence, right? All the stuff that makes us human beings, right? We've addressed a lot of those different topics. And the thing is that after the past election, I was of the mind that I'm really tired of talking about this shit. Now, don't get me wrong, fam. I'm not saying that I'm tired of us hearing about it. We have a lot of different things that we need to understand as a people, as a tribe, right? And luckily, we have a lot of access to a lot of different resources that help us to understand these various topics. But I want to make sure that I focus on putting out there something that is workable, right? In other words, fam, in 2021, I'm a little tired of talking. I want to put forward a plan that we can actually do.
I personally don't advise Black PPL don't participate in the first round due to the history of SWS. See Tuskegee, using BW as the guinea pig foundation of gyno-medicine, read Metapartheid, etc.
Thank you for the love, Brother Morpheus, and I'm certain that anybody who does their due diligence amongst our people will take that advice in the spirit in which it was offered. So I appreciate you. But with that said, fam, I want to actually focus on tangible, established. Thank you, Unsunken One. I appreciate you, fam. And don't worry, I'll keep y'all informed. I'm not going to go back to the topic, Strong Fire, because I'm done with it my damn self. But I'll keep y'all informed. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. If I get the vaccine and my left arm fall out through my asshole, I want my people to know. All right, so trust me when I tell you, fam, if anything more than a sore arm and maybe a low-grade fever for a couple of days happens from this shit, I'm going to be letting y'all know. All right, but I want us to start to focus on things that we can measure, things that we can actually point to and say fail or success. And so in 2021, fam, what I would encourage you to do, as well as what I intend to do, is I am going to look at all of the different aspects of human activity, of people activity. And I'm going to try as best I'm able through my feeble-minded analysis, such as it is, to come up with some solutions in every single area. And I'm not going to give a fuck about people's feelings. I'm not going to care what people's opinions are. We're going to look at the information. And we're going to derive actionable solutions for us as individuals, us as families, our communities, and ultimately as a tribe in every single area of people activity. I'm committing to 10, maybe 11. No, I'll take that back. I'll say 11. I'm committing to 11 broadcasts this year in 2021 where I detail actual workable solutions in every area of human activity. In my last few broadcasts, I'm going to throw an offer up on the table. I'm not going to elaborate on it now, but as you watch my work over the next number of months, what I have in mind will become clear. And at that point, your man's going to fall back. I'm going to lay it. I'm going to wring myself out, fam, like an orange. Right? Like squeezing a lemon to get the juice out. Every little bit of analysis, every bit of truth that I can glean in all these different areas, I'm laying it all out on the table, free of charge, for my people. I'm leaving nothing, and I mean nothing, on the table. And then I'm going to put an offer out there. And people will either be interested in actually doing something to address the issues we face in all these areas of human activity, or we not. And if we not, then I hope I see everybody on the other side. Morpheus, I'm sorry that you took that personal, fam, but I don't believe that opinions and things like that necessarily.
That comment about what you
sorry, I'll let your comment read out.
Disappointing because I've shown love to this channel, but I make my decisions based on history. I disagreed with you based on history. Didn't appreciate.
I feel you, Morpheus, and I get it, fam. Like I said, you assume, or at least I think you're assuming, that I'm ignorant of the history. I am not. I specifically, alongside of you, mentioned the need to study medical apartheid, to pay attention to racial disparities that exist in the healthcare system when it comes to dealing with black folk. I'm not discounting anybody's concerns because they're valid concerns. But the thing is that things like this don't warrant respect. I don't want you to respect my opinion. I don't give a fuck if you respect my opinion, Morpheus. I don't demand it, right? What I do demand is that we respect each other. And I do respect you. Even if you make a choice or a decision based off of whatever basis you choose to make that on, that I disagree with, right? Because yes, we can argue from history that there are plenty of reasons why not to take the vaccine. No doubt. And I think a lot of those arguments have weight. But there are also reasons why we might want to participate in this. And those arguments should have just as much weight. But because of the emotionality surrounding this particular subject, we can't have any real substantive discussion. The lines are drawn too hard and fucking fast. Everybody's either on one side of it or the other one. And most of the people that are making the decisions are not making the decisions based off of history. They're not making the decisions based off of anything except some clickbait ass article or some pic. Like, for example, I'll give you a case in point, Brother Morpheus, right? This is why I don't respect opinions, no matter what they're based off of. I saw somebody make a post where they talked about 4 people who had suffered Bell's palsy, right? Which Sister Strongflower said it's not necessarily temporarily. I actually have known people that had Bell's palsy, and it was about 3-week period, but it resolved itself. I would say this, the overwhelming majority of cases of Bell's palsy are temporary. Now, they're definitely an inconvenience. They're definitely not good, right? I'm not belittling people that get Bell's palsy, but I'm saying that it's not necessarily life-altering if it happens to you. But 4 people in one of the COVID phase trials suffered from Bell's palsy. And there was suggestions that perhaps the vaccine might have been to blame. They still didn't know at the time of this article. But when the person posted this article, they put a picture of a little girl, a little black girl. She was cute as hell, little pigtails and everything. A picture of a little black girl who appeared to be suffering from Bell's palsy up along with this post. And I lost my shit, fam. And the reason why is this. Is it important to know whether or not somebody might possibly suffer from Bell's palsy with the application of a vaccine? Yep, that's good info. Whether you make your decision to take the vaccine or not based off of that is immaterial. The more information you have, the better your decision is going to be regardless. What made me lose my shit was the fact that they included a picture of a child. There has been not a single juvenile, no one under the age of 18 that has been having any of the current vaccines that are in testing or that have the emergency use authorization. Not a single fucking child has had any COVID vaccine administered to them. Not one. Not one. So the picture of that little black girl who would look like she was already suffering was simply used as an emotional appeal, as a prelude to hinder, to stop discussion. Morpheus, lose respect for me, bruh, the day that I'm not open to discussion with you on any topic. We can differ on this one, and it's okay if we do. I actually see your viewpoint, and I understand it. I really do. I get the history. I know what we've gone through, and I know what we continue to go through. I'm not dismissing that in the least. But I am at least willing to have the conversation. I am at least willing to offer an alternative or different point of view that some people, out of fear and emotionality and out of attempts to squelch discussion, won't ever get a chance to hear. You feel me, brother? So, again, I hope you and I remain on good footing, fam. But if we cannot, I'm sorry to hear it. But lose respect for me the day that we can't have a discussion. Not the day that we have a discussion where we differ. Because we're not going to always agree. But I'm surely going to understand where you're coming from. And hopefully you understand where I come from. We can have the discussion without, like Unsunken would say, without putting a finger on the scale. Without trending towards a bias one way or the other one. The biases in the healthcare system kills more black people than anything else. More than bad medicine, more than lack of medicine. The biases against us is what's causing us to have these disparities in the healthcare system, fam. Bias, I would argue, is the death of more Negroes than anything you could possibly point out. We should be the people that are always looking for an opportunity to further more discussion, to get more information, to have more substantive analysis without somebody coming along and saying, "Oop, vaccine bad, oop, orange man bad." Why should we always have to be the ones to respond from fear, from outrage, from anger? At some point, we gotta have enough data where we feel like that we can make an adequate decision. In a lot of cases in our society as black people, we act like people with battered wife syndrome. Now, that's not blaming us. I understand where it comes from. But at some point, you got to seek a healing. And you have to say, you know what? Okay, yeah, that was some wild shit. I've been through some wild shit. By the way, shout out to my beloved brother Grinch. Happy New Year to you, fam. You know, that's all I'm saying, Morpheus. I don't want you to feel like that you have to be like, oh man, this nigga here. No, it's not even like that, fam. I understand where you're coming from. I get it. Because where you're coming from is a valid viewpoint. But there is another viewpoint that says that it's all right for us to want to further the goals of making things better. To not always be so reactionary to things simply based off of our negative experiences. I truly believe that from my study of the science that this is a game changer. And so I want to help further it by taking advantage of it. And if I have any negative issues, I will definitely let my people know, right? And if you decide not to be vaccinated against COVID, I have no problem with that. Hell, I wish us all the best of luck. And I want to see us all on the other side. I'm choosing a different route to get there. Okay? So that's my end on that, right? And yeah, Strong Flower, I agree. To me, the most crazy thing about it is that we ain't never seen America want the best for us for anything. I'm keeping the most persuasive argument that I've seen from the people that choose not to get the vaccine is the fact that America has never wanted the best of anything for black people. We have never been offered first in line, best access to any goddamn thing, right? But now all of a sudden they want us to step up to the plate. Yeah, I trust me. Like I said, fam, there's no argument that you can make that I don't understand. Some of them I can't respect. I can't respect the conspiracy theory shit, and I'm never going to respect that. I don't even understand that. Fuck that. Like, there's too much information out there that debunks the lack of information displayed by conspiracy theory motherfuckers. I won't even give them the time of day. I don't give them no headspace, no place to stand. There's enough misinformation out there than to be feeding into people's delusions. I refuse. Fuck it. But that being said, when you say shit like, Brother Mark Black, man, look, this country ain't never wanted the best for us in a damn thing. But now all of a sudden, they trying to put, the Surgeon General up there getting the shot in his arm. And, Kamala taking her shot and this, that, and the third to try to convince Negroes to take it. Fam, there's been so much mishandling of this shit. You don't know who to trust. And I get it. Right? That's why I suggested fuck the politics. Fuck trusting in Trump or Biden or Kamala or the Surgeon General or any of them motherfuckers. Right? Look at the information as best you can understand it for yourself. Some of it's real technical and you might have to bone up on terms like natural antibodies, like ACE2 receptors, like messenger RNA. You're going to have to expand your repertoire a little bit, right? Before you can get what you consider a comfortable enough understanding of the science that underlies what's happening, right? And then make your decision, fam. That's all your brother's saying to you. I'm not telling you, oh, you niggas is dumb if you don't go out there and get the vaccine. No, I would never. Nor am I going to dismiss your concerns. I'm simply saying, do your due diligence and make the choice that is best for you and yours. Don't let anybody come in one way or the other one and put their finger on the scale. Don't let bias. Don't let fear of previous shit hinder you. Because while that can be protective, it can also be maladaptive. It can also put you in a trap. That's all I'm saying. All right. So, but yeah, fam, in 2021, what I intend to do is offer up an examination, an analysis. Yeah, I will, Sister Strongflower. You trust me, you know I will. Man, I'll be damned. If they gave me that shit tomorrow, which they don't have it up here yet, but when they make it available to me, if they gave that shit to me and I itched funny, I'ma tell y'all. I'll be like, well, hold up a second, man. They gave me the shot and my foot started itching and shit and my eyes started twitching. I'm telling you all of it. I'm giving you the full scoop. I want you to be as informed as you can possibly be from my experience. Trust me, I intend to share that. And thank you for asking me to share it. It's my pleasure to do that for you. Right? But yeah, in 2021, fam, we need to maintain the same focus that we had, that we, the black sheep, had during the political season. What was the focus during the political season? Tangibles. We don't want to hear shit about your rhetoric. We don't care what you feel about what's happening to black people. We want to know from you politicians what specifically you intend to do to address reparations and a solid, ironclad, reparative, comprehensive black agenda. Do you have anything substantive, tangible that you intend to do on that? No, fuck you. That was our focus in 2020, and it was beautiful to see, fam. But we need to extend that focus across every area of human activity. Do you understand where I'm coming from, fam? Politics is only one aspect. We need to be looking with that same sense of measurables, of accomplishments or failures, right? Black people, I love us. We have to be willing to fail. How are we ever going to get too strong or too big to fail if we never fail? Right? If we stay reacting instead of responding, where we stay analyzing instead of creating. Do you get where I'm coming from, fam? Is your brother making any sense here? Right? Am I saying anything that resonates with anybody at this particular point? Right? So my gift to my longtime supportive black sheep and to all of my people is a comprehensive analysis on economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war/counter-violence. And I'm not going to be talking about problems. I'm going to lay out the information, and then I'm going to discuss solutions. Actual, measurable, real things that we can do in each of those areas of human activity. And then I'm going to offer an altar call of sorts. A come to Jesus moment, if you will. And if we get enough people interested in actually doing something with those solutions, then that's where you'll find your man Mark Black. If and we don't, it's been real, it's been fun. Black Outcast Media will end in 2021. It will either end with a bang, with the initiation of one of the greatest pushes for creation for our people that you've ever seen, or it will end with a whimper. But everything that's born dies. Everything that has a beginning has an end. Somewhere close to mid-2021 will be the end of Black Outcast Media Broadcasting. I'm about done talking. I'm ready to actually put together some shit and make some stuff happen. Legit. No fear needed. No detraction needed. You can like it or lump it, get on board or not. Option will always, as it always has been, be in your hands. But there will be those opportunities. Fam, I'm shutting up. Let me get some calls in here. 306-602-2667. We can talk about any subject you want to talk about. Now, I do want to warn you, for those of you who don't want to hear about the Rona, somebody might call in and mention it. Understand that I didn't want to talk about it that much, but somebody else might want to. So hear that and understand. Here we go. Caller from 323. It's your man Mark Black. Happy New Year to you. What's on your mind, fam?
Happy New Year, Brother Mark. This is Brother Jason Argonauti.
Hey, that's my man. What's up, Brother Jason? Hey, fam, I'm so glad to hear your voice. Talk to us, fam. What's on your mind?
I'm doing. Hey, I just want to wish you a happy New Year. Wanted to tell you how much I appreciate all you've been doing for us, and personally, I admire your eloquence and your extemporaneous wit, and that's why
fam, I ain't done nothing. You know me. I just have a passion and a big mouth. And that's a hell of a combination, and I'm thankful to just have the opportunity to share with all of you what I get to share with you. So I appreciate the accolades, fam. But hey, this is us together, man. This is us doing the damn thing. Anything I am, we are. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And actually, I had a story I thought you're probably aware of the whole force of the vote thing going on.
I'm aware of that shit, man. By the way, even though I don't have a huge amount of respect for him, because I think Jimmy Dore is like a lot of other liberals in that you won't find him advocating too much for black people shit.
Right.
I do have to give a shout out to him on this particular matter for pushing the idea of not voting for that bitch Pelosi for speaker,
right?
Until they put. So, fam, Jason, if you don't mind me giving the family an explanation.
For sure, go ahead.
Sure, fam. What Brother Jason is talking about is recently there's been a push by a lot of so-called progressives and liberals and stuff like that to essentially force Nancy Pelosi to put Medicare for all on the floor of the House as a vote, thus forcing politicians to take a side as to whether or not they support either giving people health care or denying people health care during a fucking pandemic, right? And I personally think that Jimmy was inspired with this one, because what's the point in electing all these stupid, so-called progressives to office if they're just gonna kowtow and bow down to Mama Bear Pelosi, great giver of funds and and fundraising and this, that, and the third. If they just gonna keep kissing her ass, what's the point in empowering them? You know what I'm saying? So that's what Brother Jason is talking about. But go ahead, brother.
So I've been engaged with because you need an outlet for whatever rhetorically or what have you. But a lot of the arguments, pro and con, really reflect a lot of the arguments that we've seen for our justice claim, and a lot as far as personality and what have you. Mm-hmm. Well, I sent Jimmy a super chat on his show once early on in this thing, and I'm like, we really need a hashtag for this. Why not force a vote? And when we as ADOS people or FBA people or what have you were tenacious enough to put forward an idea for a strategy, we would be told, do it yourself, we would be dismissed. Well, my suggestion to these people became a national hashtag that we're talking about all over the internet.
Absolutely. I had no idea you were behind that hashtag, fam. Hats off to you. It's a hell of a catchy phrase.
And so you're going from one dynamic to where you're ridiculed, and if you're not on board with us as far as everything that our founders are dealing with to be to claim your lineage, and you can go to somebody else and be like, hey, I have this idea, and say, oh hell yeah, let's totally do that idea, let's put it into effect. It's just a bizarre a bizarre, weird dynamic to me.
Jason, we've had conversations, you and I. And I'm not going to share those conversations because, that's our thing, right? But you and I have had various conversations throughout these last 2 years. Man, you've been with me for 2 years, man. Can you believe that, bruh? Damn, 2 years, fam. We done had conversation on top of conversation. And one of the things that I've always found to be interesting in our dynamic is the willingness to explore options and ideas that we weren't previously privy to, if that makes any sense, right? I've brought up to you different ideas and you're like, damn, fam, I didn't really think of it like that. And you would be willing to engage that idea and we'd have discussion, right? And vice versa. You bring up something to me and I go, damn, right, exactly. Jason, I didn't even think about it like that, fam. Let's engage that, right? What I found is in the last 2-3 years, especially with the rise of advocacy like hashtag ADOS, right, is that on one hand, we have a tool now, a weapon of great power, and that is the understanding that we are not a lost people, right? I mean, if you look previously, a lot of black folk are like, hey, we Africans in some way, shape, or fashion, right? We call ourselves African Americans, and some of us might celebrate Kwanzaa, and you got niggas wearing kente cloth and shit like that, right? And no, I'm not gonna laugh because I get it. If you think that you don't have an identity, then it makes sense to cast about for one. right? That makes perfect sense. No human being can exist without a connection to other human beings, without an identity, right?
Right.
However, Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore came along and swept all the motherfucking pieces off the chessboard and said, wait a minute, fuck you mean we lost? Our identity is the children of the enslaved here in the United States of America. This is our people. This is our lineage. We're not lost. We've got 400 years of history in this land, at least. We got 200 and some odd years of history in America. By the way, shout out to Jared's Viewpoint. Peace, fam, and Happy New Year to you, right? They came along and topsy-turvied the whole damn thing because they made our lineage central.
They made it an identity.
To our identity, exactly. They told us in no uncertain terms, unapologetically, that we don't owe our connection to Africa or to anywhere else. My ancestors' bones is buried in Kansas City, Missouri, and in Texas. I have no history, no lineage that is not tied specifically to America. What the fuck do I look like casting about for an identity? I have one. All I have to do is pick it up and embrace it and allow that identity to inform every decision I make moving forward, just like any other people would do, right? An Irishman, when he makes decisions, he considers the fact that he's an Irishman, right? That plays a role in how he views the world and the choices that he makes and the situations he puts himself in. Well, guess what? I am a descendant of the enslaved here in the United States. And that will color, moving forward, everything I hold dear, everything that I believe in, everything I desire, everything I want. Not just for myself, but for my tribe as well. Right? That's a tool, fam, a weapon we never had. We don't no longer have to cast about for an identity. We always had one. And the fact that we didn't embrace that identity was what gave us the level of powerlessness that we've been seeing that black people have had to deal with, have had to face in our fight for justice here in the United States of America. But now, with that weapon, with that tool, we've also brought along with us some anchors that I don't think necessarily work for us anymore. The one anchor that I don't think work for us all that much anymore is this reliance upon hierarchical organization. We as a minority people do not have the luxury of setting up hierarchical organizations and expecting those hierarchical organizations to be effective. Why is that? The answer is simple. Because the moment you institute a hierarchy, right? This person's the founder. This person's the leader. These people are the captains. And these people are the true adherents. And this, that, and the third. In order to stop any movement towards our advancement, you don't have to do anything to all black people. You only have to do something to the hierarchy. And once you take out the hierarchy, there goes the movement towards progress, the movement towards liberation. We should have garnered that lesson from the outcomes of the civil rights movement. But the fact that we did not indicates that that's a lesson we have yet to learn. Number two, and I think this is probably even more important than issue number one or anchor number one, but anchor number two is that we have yet to come to grips with the fact that dissent is not disempowerment. Let me repeat that for you, brother, just in case you missed it. Dissent is not disempowerment. In other words, having people with alternative ideas or views or whatever, especially if they can demonstrate evidence for those alternative points of view, does not weaken a movement towards progress. It only strengthens a movement towards progress. Now, why is that, Brother Jason? Because if your ideas, right, the ideas that you're going to combat an entire nation with can stand the test of alternative points of view amongst people that should, in theory, be on board with your idea, then it should be able to stand the test of battle against people who are the antithesis of your idea. In other words, if you can withstand the combat of ideas from people that your own, that's your own people, right? Like, people talk to me about different stuff all the time. I'm like, wait a minute, is my idea solid enough? Let me analyze that. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I know what you're saying, but here's why my idea stands. If I'm able to combat them, then I have no fear of the people that I already know stand in antipathy to my ideas.
Right.
You feel me? What we've seen, unfortunately, from the hashtag movement is this ossification of ideas. That what's on ADOS101.com is the only path towards liberation. Now, what they will tell you when you bring up any alternative idea is what you said. Well, you go do it then.
Yeah,
but that really doesn't debunk what it is that I said. Like, I like where you're going with it. I'm seeing ADOS move, and I'm like, yeah, I fucking feel that, right? Like, and I'm engaged, and I'm hyphy. I'm on board with like 95% of where they stand.
But how about we try this too?
Right?
No, you go ahead and do that yourself.
Like, huh?
Or you're trying to undermine us, or you're aggressive.
Or better yet, fam, at least show me the respect of engaging my idea and telling me why it's not necessarily the best move to make at this point of view. Like, it would have been one thing if, I'll give you a case in point. When we were talking about initiating a PAC, a lineage-based political action committee, you remember that?
I remember that.
Okay, so when I brought that idea out, when I said, hey, we did a deep dive into it. I showed you, I went on the PAC, the federal PAC website. I showed you the rules behind creating PACs, what their powers are, what they're able to do, what they're not doing, what are some of the biggest PACs in the country, what their focus is, the whole 9 yards. We did a deep dive into it. And I suggested that along with our push for political advocacy, utilizing down ballot and other political ideas, right? Because I didn't agree with the Democratic down ballot shit. But along with other ideas, why don't we also develop a lineage-based political action committee that can fund lobbyists, that can do a whole host of other things collectively together that can actually get actionable, tangible, substantive movement on our specific issues in DC. Instead of engaging that idea and saying, hey, that's a wonderful idea, Brother Black. I've talked to Antonio about this. I've talked to other people I trust about this. And here is why I don't think that's the move right now. Okay, so instead of the discussion being that, it was basically, oh, we don't like that idea, so y'all want to do that, y'all go do it your damn self. Okay, well, that's not debunking the idea, is it? That's not saying that that's not addressing the validity or the soundness of the strategy. That's not even making an argument. That's simply a dismissal, and it's disrespectful of people who are on board with pretty much everything. Like, there's nothing, for the main part, that Yvette and Antonio speak on that I don't fucking agree with. When they talk about the decadent veil, I feel that shit. When they talk about the need to claim the name, bruh, I've been 100% on board with that since they brought that out as the tagline at the ADOS conference. I ride with about 90 plus, well over 95% plus of what Yvette and Antonio's doing. But the ossification of ideas, meaning there can't be any substantive discussion of any idea that they didn't come up with, along with the hyper-partisanship, right? Like, when you bring up an idea that has to do with something that the hashtag movement can do, instead of them saying, hey, this is an idea, let's address or deal with the idea, they take the fact that you brought up that idea as a personal attack upon the rights and prerogatives of the founders. And so then they come out defensive. I'm talking about line members of the hashtag movement. I'm not talking about Yvette and Tone. I'm talking about just your average, everyday hashtag ADOS partisan. They take,
and you saw that, because you were talking about the super PAC, and somebody actually did start the PAC, or a PAC, or attempted to, and they were attacked for it.
Yeah, they were actually attacked for it. But if you notice, fam, that wasn't actually the first time that occurred, right? How many of you remember Brother Travis? Brother Travis, also known as Black Dollars University. Brother Travis was featured on the Times, the front page of the Times article that was written by Ferris Stockman on the ADOS movement, right? That was the brother in the blue with the ADOS hat on and the shirt. I mean, this brother has rode since day one. But Brother Travis has a particular issue, a particular need. And that is that Brother Travis tends to focus on self-defense of black folk. He's a gun nut, like our resident gun nut and angry black sheep, Black Man 903, right? And Brother Travis said, hey, yes, we should focus on politics, but we should also be thinking about how to defend and protect our people from the onslaught of these racist crackers that's out here killing us. We need to be thinking about, if politics don't work, how we gonna address these murderers in blue that come up into and occupy our neighborhoods. They accused the brother of being a grifter. They accused the brother of trying to attach something to the movement that ain't a part of the movement, i.e. he's too violent, too radical. And they basically made this brother, who was dyed in the wool, dedicated, tried and true, ADOS to the bone, made him persona non grata. Not because he was trying to take anything away from the hashtag movement, but because he was trying to add to the hashtag movement. So
and I don't understand how you can, and the outset of ADOS, because I was in a really bad mind state before that, and depressed basically.
Yep.
It energized me. I mean, and up until now, the advocacy has energized me in such a way that I'm more positive one has, and how crushing it feels when someone when it happens that it's like, oh well, when you feel unappreciated after it's a really big high, and now you've dropped off, and I just So.
You know what Sister Strongflower said? I think it's because they're more academic and they focus on theory. And I think that plays a role, Sister Strongflower, because you can see evidence of this sort of, I don't want to make this like an accusation, because it's not an accusation more than it is an observation of a sort of, for lack of a better way to describe it, educational elitist type of thing sometimes with Yvette and Antonio. They both are college educated, respect to them, right? They both got their degrees. I think Yvette's got a degree in political science and has worked on Capitol Hill, right? Antonio obviously is an attorney, right? So he's got his Juris Doctor degree and so on and so forth. And what sometimes ends up happening is that they will sort of lean in arguments on appeals to authority. Well, I studied this shit in more detail than you, so you should defer to my opinion in this matter, right? And that is quite off-putting, especially when the people that you're trying to motivate or you're trying to navigate to a point of advocacy, not just for themselves, but for a tribe as a whole, that's problematic because we all know that on average, only about 19% of ADOS people have a second, post-second or post-high school secondary education. Right?
I'm a community college dropout, so
yeah, same here, fam. I'm like 15 credits away from a paralegal degree, right? Like I've got a smidgen of college education. Now, I've never let education interfere with my schooling, a la the school of Mark Twain. That being said, I don't have a lambskin. But I would wager that I could hold my own with any lambskin out there, given access to the same information, the same data, the same resources. So what you end up having is this strange dichotomy, this focus on the data, which I think was one of the most ingenious fucking things Yvette and Antonio could have ever done. Seriously, was ground ADOS in the data. I cannot praise them enough for that. Okay? Right? To see black folk be able to go up against people like Robert Reich, who, if you don't know who he is a left-wing economist, and shut his ass up. And I'm talking about street Negroes shutting up Robert Reich. Fam, it's a beautiful goddamn thing to see. So having our people learn to ground themselves in the data, amazing. Yeah. But then you have, like I said, this strange dichotomy of encouraging people to ground themselves in the data. In other words, to put themselves in a place where the data drives their analysis and their subsequent choices and actions. And then say, but don't worry about the analysis. We've already made the analysis and follow our way. If you're going to do that, then why even be concerned if people know what the fuck is going on? Right? Like, in other words, if it's just about what the founders say, okay, in other words, if it's only about what Yvette and Antonio have to say on any particular matter, particularly politics, then why even be concerned if the average ADOS member or partisan or advocate, right, understands the data at all? It makes no sense. It's contradictory. You get where I'm coming from? Why would you push us to learn about data and then not trust in our analysis? Better yet, not even interest yourself in our analysis of the data. Because whenever you have information, there's two aspects to it. There's the data, and then there's the analysis of that data, right? You can have the numbers, the raw information in front of you, but you still have to complete an analysis of that information and be able to offer an interpretation that is sound and grounded in that data. Well, if the whole point is to just listen to the founders and whatever it is that they think is the proper analysis of the data, why ground us in the data to begin with? Why should we even have to concern ourselves with what the information says about our true state as ADOS people here in the United States? What's the point in that?
They want you to trust in their analysis of the data. They want you to just, don't worry, we've got it, and then proceed from there.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's this strange sort of educational elitism that leads to these contradictory stances. On one hand, you empower people to search out the information, to get the knowledge requisite to be advocates. But then you deny them the opportunity for advocacy by only following whatever analysis that the founders lay down. I'm trying to still make sense of that. That does not make any sense. Either the people will be empowered to be advocates, which I think would be the perfect ideal route. I want each and every last member of our tribe, whether you have the highest degree in the land or you push a motherfucking broom at a goddamn sports stadium, I want each and every last one of us to be able to advocate on demand when required. And I want us to all be able to hold our own against doctors in economics, people with poli-sci degrees, you name it. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
So I think that that's the perfect route to make this ADOS thing take off the way it needs to take off. Or we can simply subsume any individual analysis into the hierarchy and just say, well, the founders say, Yvette say, Tone say, but then don't be surprised that when pressed, we don't know what the fuck to say or to do. Right? Don't be surprised that when we have real world interactions with so-called progressives and leftists, with so-called right-wingers and alt-righters, that we don't have a fucking clue of how to deal with them. Either we're empowered and thus everybody's analysis is grounded in the information and thus should be considered a valid analysis and worthy of discussion and or inclusion in the game plan. Or we just wait for Yvette and Tone to make a pronouncement about something. That dude, I'm serious. Fam, stop me if there's any other options that you can see from the given, the given strategy. What other options are there? None. Because the way we're doing it now doesn't work. If you empower me and I advocate, but Yvette and Tone have a different analysis or a different understanding of it, then they're automatically assumed to be right. They're automatically assumed to have got the right of it, regardless of any discussion, regardless of any further analysis or anything. They're just given the right away because they're the founders, right? So empowering me isn't working to get me motivated to jump behind the hashtag movement, right? So what's the point in empowering me? What's the point in getting me grounded in the data? Why does that even have to even be an issue at this point?
And it's unfortunate because at this point it's such a fractured community because honestly, the whatever interaction goes on, I'm not privy to because, on Twitter, especially on social media, I've been blocked from so many accounts that, I can't really participate in the discussion intelligently. So, well,
fam, if you notice, I knew that. And so I try whenever I have engagements with ADOS folk to kind of flesh out what they said to at least give you some background as to why I'm replying or whatever the case may be, right? Because I've been blocked by Tone now for almost 2 years. I don't have no engagement, no interaction with him. Fine, because I got mad one time and said, I didn't like how he kept throwing up in our face his connection with Byron Allen, right? Who now subsequently is shown to not have any connection whatsoever with ADOS after using our political capital to try to move forward or push forward his case with the Supreme Court and shit. Now Byron Allen act like he don't know us, right? Yeah. So I was right the whole time to say, why is the emphasis on Byron Allen and this, that, and the third? You keep telling us, what about your civil rights though? But you keep bringing up your connection and your ties to Byron Allen. Well, Byron Allen did nothing for the movement, but we gave to him. What the fuck was the point of that? I got blocked by Tone for saying that.
I remember that.
You know what I'm saying? So, again, to me, I got nothing but the utmost of respect for them both. I do have issues. I do take some issues with some things in the way that they choose to operate and some things that they've chosen to make big deal strats. Like I watched the ADOS conference, fam. I was actually there. I was live streaming, right? Because I had thought about going to the conference. I bought tickets, but my family and I couldn't come up with the bread to get us to Louisville. We po niggas, right? We just couldn't call it. But I said, you know what? I support this conference so much, I'm gonna go ahead and pay for the live stream, and I live tweeted the whole ADOS conference. So I was there on Friday, the whole 8 hours, from the beginning of the conference all the way to the end. And the shit was fire. I was on board with everything. Even when Yvette and Antonio got up and they mentioned the down ballot strategy, I was like, hey, Dr. Eddie Glaude talked about the down ballot strategy back in 2016. It's viable, right? It's doable, right? So I was on board. But right at that moment, fam, and if you go back, if you still have access to the conference live stream, because I think it was on Vimeo, but if you had access to it, you can go back and watch it yourself. At the moment Yvette said, we are focusing on down ballot, Antonio leans from behind her into the camera and said, Democratic down ballot Democrat. And I looked at this nigga like, huh? Wait, what? Fam, I have never voted for a Democrat for president ever. I have never voted for a Republican for president ever. Ever since I've been able to vote, I have voted third party for president. And I've always voted down ballot. I've always voted on referenda, initiatives, tax questions, so on and so forth.
Right.
Right? So when Yvette said down ballot, I was like, fuck yeah. I'm with that 100%. Nigga, I was hyphy. I'm keeping it a full ass buck. Fam, we family right now, right? So I'm telling you straight up, I was on board like you would not believe till he leaned off over there talking about down ballot Democrat. Democrat? What? The same Democrats that we've been fucking with for 40, 50 years that ain't done shit for black people? Like, them motherfuckers? Tone, you are out of your goddamn mind. Now, we had enough respect for Antonio that a whole bunch of people, even though they had their issues with this whole down ballot Democratic strategy, we bit our tongue at first. I know I did. I didn't come out immediately and say anything against the down ballot strategy. I told my people that I was happy about the conference. That, you know, I talked about the fact that they interviewed Marianne Williamson and all this other shit and the whole 9 yards. I didn't say anything about the Democratic down ballot. You know why I didn't say anything about it, Jason? Because I thought it was a fluke. Or I thought I might have misunderstood. I thought he might have been attaching Democratic to down ballot to say, like, you know, us exercising the franchise, right? Because
our democracy.
Right, like in the sense of democracy. Exactly. So I didn't want to ascribe to the brother anything he didn't mean. In other words, I wanted to wait until I had more clarity as to what specifically he was referring to. But then in another broadcast, when he called into Yvette's show, and he started talking about how the Democrats owe us for 50 years of loyalty and this, that, and the third, I was like, oh, he's lost in the sauce, fam. You think the Democrats give a fuck that they owe us for decades and decades of captured votes and loyalty? Like, are you serious? You a grown man and you telling us with a straight face that you think that the fact that we've been loyal to the Democratic Party for nigh on 50, 60 years means anything to them? Fam, I'm not gonna lie. I lost my shit. And I said straight up, I said, this is bullshit.
Well, he did a video later, and then I posted a clip from it like a couple times, where he said specifically, unless you have a specific reason to not vote for this Democrat, vote for the Democrat unless they're like just particularly egregious.
Ain't that a bitch?
You know, so
like baby Democrats don't grow up to be big Democrats. Like Mayor Buttigieg don't grow up to sit on Biden's cabinet. Fuck that. Like, if we got an issue with the disrespect, the lack of consideration that the Democrats have shown us time and time and time again. Why? For all things sacred, good, and true, would you suggest that black people continue to vote for Democrats?
And the thing is, when you look at other people in their tribe, when you look at Latinos who overwhelmingly supported Trump, you don't see them having their loyalty to their lineage tied to a political party.
Thank you.
And coming back around to where I started off, that is what was so frustrating to me about this entire thing.
Let me tell you something, fam. How many conservative But see, nobody who's an ADOS partisan. No, let me be more precise. No one who is an Yvette and Antonio partisan. Because there's a lot of people that I've had the absolute joy of communing with who are members of the hashtag movement, who are fucking amazing people, who are doing God's work out here. And I'm telling you straight up, fam, there's people in them chapters, good Lord, they some dynamos. And that's all I'm going to say on it. I'm going to let you do your own research. But trust me, if you have an ADOS chapter nearby you, do yourself a favor and go to a couple of meetings. Not one, go to a couple. Those motherfuckers are getting it in. And they're in the trenches. Okay? They're right there in your area putting in the work. Okay? But with that said, no partisan of Yvette and Antonio has been able to answer as to why down ballot Democrat is a viable strategy other than the fact that Antonio and Yvette believes it is. They have not been able to give any evidence. As a matter of fact, if down ballot Democrat was such a powerful strategy, ADOS would be in the prime position right now that Biden got elected. So why aren't we hearing full-throated support from the White House from even looking at the possibility of reparations, let alone enacting anything resembling a black agenda?
Down ballot races didn't do all that well for the Democrats in this election cycle anyway.
You damn right they didn't. And not only that, not only did down ballot Democrats lose in droves, right? But the crazy part is that they put up the one candidate who made clear that we were never going to be a priority in his administration. And we, as a collective, should have been hammering on that fact and that fact alone throughout the whole campaign cycle. I know I was.
But segregationists in the cop.
Yep. No black folk had any business voting for the Democrats once Biden became the Democrats. By the way, not my words, his words. During the debate with Donald Trump, Biden said, "I am the Democratic Party." The moment Biden became the Democratic Party, black folks should have deserted that motherfucker in droves. The fact that he even got 80+% of our vote is a source of eternal shame to me. I was completely livid at the results of the election. All this so-called advocacy that we've had politically over the last couple of years, and we couldn't reduce the black vote for a rabid neo-segregationist like Joe Biden, who's had 47 years of historical fuckery on black people plus a goddamn cop. Fam.
Brother Mark, I know you don't like to characterize people who vote Democrat or black or ADOS, SDA folks who vote for Democrats as vote information, but it's the only explanation I have for why they would willingly vote for someone like that.
No, it's reactionary, fam. I don't have no problem with classifying them. I just don't classify them as that. They are reactionary. It's as simple as that. They are reactionary. They were told Orange Man bad, and that was hammered in all of the so-called left-wing media like MSNBC, CNN, so on and so forth. And black folk just don't want to accept the possibility that their sainted Democrats are just as fucked up as the Republicans they tell us is bad. Fam, in this particular election, if we were doing just the survival calculus, okay, I'm not talking about no politics, no anything else. If we were just doing our normal black ass survival calculus, under what president are black folk likely to be all right under, right? Because we don't never want to get ahead, right? We just want to make sure that the status quo ain't too fucked up, all right? So which president are we most likely to be the most I under? You know, the lesser, the true lesser of two evils. In this election, the lesser of the two evils was Donald J. Trump. by far. By far. If you were talking about D or R, right? Because I voted green, so fuck what you're talking about, right?
Yeah,
I voted for Howie and Angela. You know what I'm saying? So fuck what you heard, right? But if you were talking about just D or R, Donald J. Trump was clearly the lesser of two evils. What in 4 years has Donald Trump done that was specifically hurtful and deleterious to black people in the main?
Nothing.
Now, did Donald Trump fuck the country over in a lot of ways? Yep, he sure did.
Yeah.
Was he corrupt as fuck? Hell yeah, he was. No doubt. Okay? No doubt. I'm not sitting here lionizing Donald Trump and saying he was the best goddamn president America's ever seen. By the way, to my people in the Central Time Zone, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Welcome to 2021. You lucky motherfuckers. Our people on the West Side, our turn is coming. All right? May 2021 bring you everything that you could possibly imagine it could bring you. But fam, there was no contest. Biden by far was the greater of two evils for black folks.
Joe Biden bragged that every piece of crime legislation to come out had his name on it. But he bragged about that.
Fam, a lot of people talked about the Omnibus Crime Bill of 1994, right? What they don't know is that Biden had his name on every crime bill up to and including that one. There was a crime bill in Reagan's administration in 84. There was another one in 87. There was another one.
Crack cocaine disparity.
Right. There was another one in 90, and then there was the one in 94. That son of a bitch had our number from word say go. He had his name on every single one of them. The 101 sentencing disparity for crack cocaine versus powder cocaine. You got Joe Biden to thank for that. You know what I'm saying? The cover up for the Iran-Contra bullshit where they were trafficking that crap into our neighborhood. Joe Biden and them knew about that. How many congressional hearings was done on that? And even when they finally did get around to congressional hearings, the president just simply pardoned everybody that was involved in Iran-Contra. So it didn't even fucking matter.
And how many ADOS and FBA got involved in Iraq and Afghanistan over his illegal vote to go to that war?
Boom. Right? Like 47 motherfucking years of complete political fuckery, specifically aimed at one ethnic demographic, you and me. And we gave that son of a bitch the keys to the kingdom. Fam, one thing I learned from 2020 is that I was right to believe that politics solely is not the way forward. It sure in the hell ain't. Oh, don't get me wrong. I still believe we should be taking political action. But for those of you who are still under the impression that politics alone is going to be the way forward for our people, you are sadly fucking mistaken. Sadly mistaken. Politics will not be the move, will not be the sole way forward for our people. We have a war on multiple fronts against an implacable enemy that has every other ethnic demo and all of the ethnic demos it can import into America on its side. You truly believe that politics and only politics is the way? I don't know what else to tell you. If you think brothers like Brother Travis and Brother Black Man are too radical, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. If you think us talking about economics and not talking about capitalism or LLCs or bootstrapperism, if you don't think that discussions of economics that don't include that shit isn't viable, I don't know what else to tell you. If you think that discussions on religion aren't talking about the need for a theology that liberates us to act in whatever fashion necessary for our liberation, knowing that our God or gods is with us, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. If you don't think our labor should be better spent towards not enriching more motherfuckers under capitalism, but building alternatives to it, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. But in 2021, that's where your man's moving. I'm looking for solutions that don't have shit to do with us kissing the ass of no Democrats, or worried about what the fuck the Republicans think, or caring about what some economist is talking about, or giving a fuck what the church man say. We're going to have to start asking some real hard motherfucking questions and demanding some real hard answers, some tangible answers, some measurable answers in 2021. The status quo ain't going to save us. That's all right, Darker Visions. Happy New Year to you, fam. The phone lines are open, fam. 360-602-2667. Who's still rocking with your man? We're going to ride all the way to New Year's in this bitch. 360-602-2667 is the number. We can talk about any subject you want to talk about. Whatever happened this year, you got a mind and an aim to speak on. I'm your man. Yeah, Sister Alma said that too many people are totally unaware of how bad the Demotrix are. I mean, fam, I don't get it. I don't get it. A cursory look at our history with Democrats would tell you every damn thing you need to know as a member of the black polity. Moving forward, them sons of bitches shouldn't see a hide nor hair of a black vote for at least 4 or 5 voting cycles of president, at least. They should never be able to count on us as a captive vote block. For what? Crazy. And anybody that thinks that we're doing political advocacy that hasn't been able to move the needle on them getting upper 80s, close to 90% votes for neo-segregationists, you need to rethink your strategies. 360-602-2667 is the number, fam. What else did I learn from 2020? Oh, great question, Darker Vision. So let me read his question, fam. Darker Vision said, I wanted to ask you before I got off the phone, how do you feel the anarchist worldview could improve our advocacy? Great question. Tablickers, good to see you as well, fam. Almost Happy New Year to us over here on the west side. I see you, fam. Our turn's coming. So let me kind of break down the question that Brother Jason, aka Darker Visions, asked. As you all well know, I'm an anarchist, and I encourage you yourself to look up what anarchism is. All right, I'm not gonna sit here and preach at you about anarchism, which, by the way, is a typical anarchist trait. But to give you a basis of what anarchism is the idea that human beings do best when there is no rulers. Not to mean there ain't no rules, there ain't no guidelines and stuff like that, but it means that no human being can be trusted with the power of life and death over any other human being. So the only way that power can be utilized is if it's distributed. In other words, we are all equal in power. Okay? The anarchist worldview is an interesting one in that at the same time as it denies the opportunity for people to dominate others, it also empowers individuals to be as powerful as they can be, right? In an anarchist worldview, right, the way we see things is that I can only prosper to the extent that you do. In other words, any movement towards justice, any movement towards prosperity, any movement towards abundance, towards protection, peace, you name it, can only work if, one, we do it together, And two, we do it voluntarily. We choose to come together to do it. Right? Moving forward, black folk, we are going to have to, as I said, make some tough choices. But as an anarchist brother, I actually believe that you can be empowered to make those choices. As a matter of fact, I would have it no other way. No other way. I will not abide someone coming along and dictating terms to you. I will not be ruled. You should not be ruled. We together, in consultation, in open discussion, with progression on our minds, a willingness to share, to ensure that what is good for one is good for us all, is an idea that has long been out there. It's not new, but it's an idea that if black folk, specifically black Americans, the descendants of the enslaved here in the United States, if we were to embrace it, would empower us to an extent we've never seen in the history of this country. Because for the first time, it would make each and every last one of us the savior we've all been waiting for. I've said that often to my black sheep. You are the savior we've been waiting for. What do I mean by that? I mean that you have the insight, the capabilities, you have the same wherewithal, the same capacity for an analysis that will work to serve the most people, the largest number of people as I do. You are just as capable of advocacy, not simply for yourself, but for others as I am. And I not only believe that you are adequate to the task, but I also encourage you. You have my blessing. You can speak on my behalf, just as I choose at times to speak on your behalf. And in consultation together, in analysis together, we will understand what it is that we both desire, what we both need, what we both want. And together, in mutual effort, work toward that for us all. The anarchist worldview motivates my advocacy, just like my adherence and cleaving to the name, the uplifting and the accepting of my ancestors, the embracing of my identity as a child of the enslaved here in the United States informs my worldview. So I hope that answers your question, Brother Jason, about what I feel that the anarchist worldview could bring to not just political advocacy for black folk, but for our lives in general. Strong Flower is so goddamn right. She said 2021 will be the year of the warrior because we are all going to have to fight, which is why the embracing of an anarchist ideal is going to be most important for us moving forward. Because we will not have the luxury of being sideline Negroes. Not with what's coming. Not with what's coming under a Biden administration. Not with what's coming under a coming depression. No. We will have to work together to build the alternatives for the failures of this hyper-capitalist behemoth that we've labored under for centuries. America's fucked up. And the government has made it clear that you are on your own. They're not giving you shit. If you're not a bank or a corporation, you got no advocacy in government. Not even the so-called progressives. Not even the squad. Not AOC. Not Ayanna Pressley. Not Ilhan Umar. The only one of them that seemed like she got any sense is Rashida Tlaib. And you hardly ever hear about her. If you're thinking that Democratic left-wing politics is going to save you, no. The Justice Dems are going to acquiesce to whatever the establishment Dems want. And the establishment Dems are basically moderate Republicans. There's no difference. There's no difference between the two parties, fam. Jayapal is interesting. And I can't wait to see what Jamal Bowman and Cora Bush bring to the table, although I have no hope. I'm not confident that either one of them won't end up towing the Democratic Party line. I don't see Cora Bush and Jamal Bowman giving up their budding political careers to actually fight for anything resembling justice for black folk. I hear Cora Bush talk more about immigrants and LGBT than I hear her talk about black people. No shade to anybody. But she hasn't even sat in her seat yet. And she's already towing the liberal party line of the big tent of Democrats. That's where we are. There's really essentially no difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, between moderate Republicans. There's only rabid right-wing Republicans in the office and moderate Republicans, with a few hangers-on that call themselves progressives until it comes time to actually stand up and do some shit progressive. Then they go, oh, no, we can't do that. You guys don't understand the process. Fuck out of here. AOC, is that your queen? Because AOC is a joke. She voted for the motherfucking CARES Act. AOC do whatever Pelosi tell her to do. She y'all queen? Shit. AOC voted for the NDAA. More fucking funding to the military industrial complex, the surveillance state, the carceral state. Is she progressive? Fuck, if AOC is progressive, I hate to see what the hell is supposed to be considered liberal. If Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is considered left-wing, I hate to see what the hell they consider to be liberal. Hold on a second, fam. Go ahead. You know what? Actually, I'm going to call you back because I see what number you calling from, black man. I'm calling you back right now, fam. And hopefully you be by the phone. Yo, black man.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me, fam?
Oh, sure. Fine. Fine. Very good.
Hold on a second. Let me check and make sure everything is straight. Yeah. For some reason, I'm not hearing you, fam, and I'm not certain what's going on. Damn it.
You're not hearing me.
Let me try calling you back, fam. Stand by.
Hello?
Okay, fam. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Mark Black.
Black man, I bet you hearing
Mark
me,
Black.
but for some reason, I'm not hearing you, which is that fuck shit.
Oh, wow.
Okay, let me do this. Let me close this out and restart it. Fam, that's that damn Google Talk shit. I switched from Skype to Google Talk. Y'all remember I had Skype? And for all the problems I had with Skype, at least calls came through. But in this Google Voice shit. So wait, y'all can hear him, but I can't. Oh, ain't that a bitch? Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna call him and see what's going on. And if not, I'm gonna call him from Skype if I have to. So stand by, cause I know how to open up both of these shits. I'm gonna hear my man tonight. So y'all can hear him, but I can't.
Yeah,
And
I guess
he's
so.
not on
I don't
mute
know.
on my side.
No,
What in the actual fuck is going on? Yep, I'm not getting nothing. Okay, black man, I'm opening up Skype, fam. Stand by. We're gonna close out that shit. We're gonna get our brother on the phone. It's been too long since we heard from our fam. Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy shit. But yeah, AOC is a lying motherfucker. Okay, black man, call 425-296-1980. Let me even change that shit. Give me a second. I'm gonna change this shit right now. Be 425-296-1980. Okay, there you go. Try that one, fam. Yeah, AOC, you know what? That's because Stacey's high. AOC is a white progressive. That's why. It's not that she's following them off a cliff. She is a white progressive. Yo, is the video back, fam? Happy New Year, by the way, to my brother Michael Brown. The video back, fam? Yeah, my shit crashed. I'm not certain what the hell went on. Y'all know me, so I've been trying to set up the Skype so that that the brother black man could come in, but he's offline now and it didn't work. And not certain why that didn't work out right or whatever the case may be, but I had to reset my streaming software. It just crashed on me. And it looked like I lost a lot of folk. But you know what? That's okay. Because it's getting late. Everybody's going to bed. We old folks. We're going to celebrate New Year by sleeping. Yeah, fam. Try the 360-602-2667 number to come in. Right? And let's see if that works for us again. I'm not sure. Oh, here we go. But you know what? Brother Black Man, can y'all hear the brother?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, they can hear you, but I can't. Ain't that a bitch?
212.
Okay. Well, shit, Black Man, you know what? You don't need me to talk to the family, fam. You go ahead and talk to them. I wish I could respond because I can't hear a damn thing you saying. But I know you've been waiting patiently to talk to everybody. So, fam, go ahead and speak what's on your mind. And everybody give your love to our brother Black Man 903.
All respect to the show. All respect to...
Oh, and by the way, type in the chat and let me know what the brother's saying because I'm interested too.
All respect to the show. All respect to Mark Black. All respect to the 2021 that we're going to go through right now. But I want to say to you, y'all know I went to Desert Storm. I'm a vet. I'm 50. And I took the pills that they told us to take. You got to take the pills. There's no turning back from it. And if you don't take the pills, you'll get an Article 15, a whole 9. So I'm really not too down with this shot, my guy. I'm just really not too in depth and wanting to take that shot. I'm just not. And that's my biggest thought tonight. I don't want to take the shot.
Now, brother Black Man, when you finish chopping, you're gonna have to hang up and let everybody know. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, I can't hear shit for some reason. Not certain why that is, but you know.
Yeah, you know, I see a lot of people. I see a lot of my people with the big shot, with the big 25 dot shot in the arm on the left or right hand side. I never took that shot. I was born in the 70s as well. But, you know, when I went to the military, I used to see brothers all the time with these big shots in the arm for all these different vaccines and all that kind of stuff. I never had that shot. So my only thought I'm sitting there saying for me, y'all go do what you want to do. Mark, that's fine. I took them pills when Desert Storm came. And that's why I'm so messed up today with Crohn's disease and the whole nine. You know what I'm sitting there saying? So that's my thought. Y'all know who I am. Like, y'all see me on the Twitter. Y'all see my pics. Y'all see me out there with my guy, Travis, Black Dallas University. So y'all know who I am. I'm not hiding. I'm not shading. I'm here for us. I'm here for all of it. Whatever they want to give us, I'll give 2 more back. So that's my thought.
All right. Hey, thank you, Brother Black Man, for being understanding, fam. Like I said, I wish I could have had a chance to join you and have a discussion, but you know what I'm saying? I appreciate you getting a chance to speak your piece, and I hope you got a chance to say what it is that's on your mind and what's on your heart. I know Brother Black Man is mentioned on Twitter. He wasn't interested in the vaccine, so I already kind of knew his stance on that. Plus, I know my brother, trust me, me and Black Man, we cool. Right? Like, I already know where he at. You know what I'm saying? So, me and him, we hella good. Which is why I wanted Morpheus to understand. I'm not going to sit here. No. Darker Visions, hey, fam. Look, like I said, I wish that I could have had a chance to get the brother. Oh, he is going to take the vaccine. I didn't know that. Huh, okay. Yeah. Now, did Brother Black Man mention the reasons why? Did he give y'all, because he was on for a bit, did he give you the reasons why he's choosing to go ahead and take advantage of the vaccine? And y'all make sure y'all represent him right, too. Yeah, man, I don't want Brother Morpheus to think that there was any disrespect at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, hell no. I love that brother way too much to denigrate or disrespect his position. Yeah, Black Man, that's what I thought, fam. It's all good, Sister Alma. You know what? We trying to communicate as best we can. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. I was figuring the brother was gonna clarify his position at some point. You know what I'm saying? So no, it's all good. Yeah. Black Man's a Gulf War vet like myself. I served during the First Persian Gulf. I did not go over in the sandbox. But if Brother Black Man was a veteran that was over in the sandbox, there was a lot of motherfuckers that came back with that Gulf War syndrome, fam, which the government denied, left and fucking right. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, there's a whole host of reasons to question why to take this vaccine, right? Which is why, unlike others, I'm not putting my finger on the scale. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, you niggas is dumb and you just don't understand shit and y'all ignorant and that's why you're going to get the COVID. No, fuck all that. That's not your boy. I would never do that to you. I was asked what my stance on taking the vaccine is, and I explained my stance, and I hopefully gave y'all my reasons, right? But please, family, do your due diligence. Don't let fear, somebody else's biases, anything stop you from looking at the information for yourself. You are empowered to make this choice. So make the choice, right? Don't let somebody else make the choice for you. You know what I'm saying? Make the choice for yourself. That's what your man Mark Black always wants for you. It's for you to be empowered to get the information you need to make an informed decision as to what is beneficial for you, your family, hopefully your community, as well as your tribe. I hope I've made myself clear on that, right? Because, you know what I'm saying? I have no desire whatsoever to fight with my people over it. So, fam, let me explain to you something. What drove me even answering that question is because I made the mistake of doing just what I said I wouldn't do. I did it once. I was like, you know what, fam, if y'all look at the data, I don't understand the reticence to the vaccine, and I lost my shit because I was frustrated. So I put a post up on Twitter saying that we should look at that vaccine as an option. And family, when I tell you that I got my boots red, woo, fam, I'd be lying to you if I said that I didn't get my boots red. My peoples chewed my ever-loving black ass. And you know what? They had every right, family. They had every right to chew my black ass. Do you know why they had every right? Because regardless of my analysis of the data, regardless of my understanding of the science behind the creation and the development of the vaccines or whatever the case may be, I never have, nor will I ever have the right to say that my analysis, my understanding is the only way to view this shit. I committed an act that I'm ashamed of, and that if I upset anyone with that post, I am heartily sorry for it. I deleted it, and I've made it clear ever since then that I have no right whatsoever to ever take the stance other than I hope that my people are able to get the information they need from sources they trust to be able to make the most informed decisions that they know how to make. And that's real talk, fam. That's real talk. That's my only goal, my only hope. My stance is my stance. You don't have to follow me, right? But I hope that you develop your stance from the available information, not from fear, not from what came before. What came before has some validity, and I'm not discounting it. I understand it, right? But two or more things can be true at the same time. It can be true that this system works hard to ensure that we don't get the care, the medical care, the palliative care, the prophylaxis, and the treatments that we need to give us optimal health. And a particular treatment could possibly be efficacious in protecting us too. Two things can be true at the same time. Well, I appreciate that, Jason, but you know what? Those tweets also triggered the fears of a lot of our brothers and sisters, and I had no right to do that, right? I wanted to provide information, but one thing that we have to make sure to do is we need to also provide information and compassion. You feel me? Like, it's not enough to just simply hammer people with data. I could sit here, like I said, for the next 2 hours and expound on that bullshit, right? But if I'm not empathizing with people's care, with people's concerns, with people's fears, they're still going to have those fears, worries, and concerns, and I'm not going to convince them against their will. So I have to find a way to communicate to meet people where they are. By the way, Sister Strongflower said, tell your reps not to vote for Pelosi for Speaker of the House unless she brings M4A to the floor for a vote. As I stated before, I support Jimmy and all the rest of them in this effort. Do I wish that these so-called progressives and leftists were just as strident in specific black issues? I sure in the fuck do. I sure do. I surely wish that Jimmy would have just the same fire and passion for reparations and a specific black agenda for black folk. I sure do. But that doesn't mean that Jimmy's wrong, that the force to vote group isn't wrong, that they're wrong on this. No, fuck Pelosi. Pelosi done hammered the whole damn nation. You remember though, fam, Pelosi ain't the only one to blame in this shit. How many of you know that Joe Biden actually was instrumental in allowing the Democrats to accept $600 in stimulus as, well, it's better than nothing? That's right. Your 46th president gave those motherfuckers clearance to be able to offer us a joke. Joe Biden gave the Democrats cover to be able to accept a literal insult as good negotiating. So it wasn't just Pelosi. All of the Democrats are in on this bullshit. They don't want to give us nothing. Look, let me tell you just straight up, fam. Uh-oh, black man getting his Mac on. It's New Year's. It's the season for Macking. Brother Barrington is in the house. What's good, fam? You know what? Everybody knows is that progressives, everybody know that progressives take their lead from black folk. Why do you think they lionize Sister Nina Turner? Sister Nina Turner was really the reason why Bernard Sanders got as much of the black vote as he got. Quiet as it's kept. Let's keep it a full-ass buck. Breonna Joy Gray, Nina Turner. You know what I'm saying? Bernard Sanders wouldn't have had an iceberg's chance in hell with black people if he didn't have people like them on his team. Say what you will about the sister Breonna Joy Gray, but the sister know her shit. And I don't think she's necessarily so anti-black as I think that she's just what she perceives to be politically pragmatic. The gist that I get from Sister Joy, Breonna Joy Gray, is more that she's just a pragmatist. And yeah, I wish that Nina would not run as a Democrat. Because as much as I love Nina, I'm not going to vote for her if she runs as a Dem. If I have the capability to run or to vote for her, I won't vote for her if she's a Dem. And I won't suggest or recommend to any of my people that she runs or that you vote for her. If she runs under the Democrats, as much as I love Nina Turner, fuck that. So my broadcast schedule for the near future, like I said, I'm shifting it up in 2021. I'm going to be going more extensively on those specific topics, the 9 areas of people activity with specific, tangible, doable, workable solutions. So as far as broadcasting goes, lives like this will be rather few and far between. I'm actually going to produce videos. Now, I will be here with y'all watching them, right? I will premiere the videos, right? In other words, I'm going to be in the chat. We can talk, we can ask questions, and I'll even take the discussion over to Discord or something else. I'll find some other way for us to be able to discuss after the videos in more detail and more depth, so we can be able to ask questions. I have, yes, 9 areas of human activity, black man. That's education, entertainment. I'm sorry. That's economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war or counter violence, right? 9 areas of people activity, of human activity. Those are the areas in which we all operate as human beings. I believe that we need solutions in all of those areas, and I have some ideas, substantive ideas, that I intend to share. I'm not going to just be talking about the problems. I'm not going to even mention what our issues are in those areas. I'm going to offer information and solutions. When I reach the final area, I will then do a broadcast where we go over a synopsis of those videos, where we break down various pinpoint issues or whatever. And then I've got an offer that I'm going to throw up on the table at that point. And that will most likely be the last video on this channel, barring any other unforeseen circumstances. So that's my schedule, Strong Flower. It's not going to be a hard and fast Wednesday, Saturday schedule, because the work that I'm going to be doing in 2021 has to allow me the flexibility of putting up the work when it's completed, if that makes any sense. I will be here for every single video. You will be able to ask me specific questions and the whole 9 yards. However, I won't be live, if that makes any sense. I'll do some of those, but not many of those. Does that answer your question, Sister Strong Flower, to your satisfaction? Darker Visions, I know, wasn't she involved, or isn't she involved heavily in the creation of this People's Party, Nina Turner? Let me know what you know on that, because I know that there's been this push for a third party that's basically disaffected Democrats called the People's Party, right? And I know that Nina Turner, also Cornel West, and the usual suspects have been kind of heavily involved in discussions on that. Sorry, fam. I'm just checking these this stupid Google video, or I'm sorry, Google calls, like Google Voice shit. Yeah, People's Party. I know that she's been involved in that or whatever, or at least involved in the discussions. Jason, I know you've seen stuff on that, right? Okay, I see what you're saying. So she's not sure that she can run for Marsha Fudge's seat under a third party banner. Well, that's the only way, in my opinion, she got a hope in hell. Because I'm going to tell you, after 2 years of Joe Biden, the Democrats are going to get hammered in the midterms, fam. I'm serious. If you a Democrat, come 2022, you should just put off running for office. That's real talk. Because after 2 years of deficit hawk, do nothing will substantively change Joe Biden's punk ass. The Democrats are going to lose seat after seat after seat after seat after seat. I promise you that. I wouldn't be surprised if in 2022 the Republicans take the House. I wouldn't be surprised in the least if the Republicans take the House in 2022. I would not be surprised in the least. There's going to be so much disaffection with austerity with Biden saying, I can't. With Kamala running around trying to do cover-ups going, nah. They gonna get screwed in 2022. I can almost guarantee it. As a matter of fact, I'm willing to make that prediction. I'm not kidding you. I'm willing to make that prediction that after 2 years of Jim Crow Joe Biden and Chameleon Harris, the Democrats are going to get hammered in the midterms. I'm predicting it now because Joe Biden is not going to do anything that might push the needle. He's not going to offer America. Fuck black people. I'm not saying fuck us because I love us, but I'm saying fuck worrying just about black folk. Right? Biden is not going to do shit for America, period. Nothing will fundamentally change, fam. And in an era where Americans in general need more assistance, more aid, more help than they have in a coon's age, Biden and his Democratic Party are going to feel the burn in 2022. And let's just keep it a full-ass buck. That's not even counting the fact that you have disaffected Democrats that believe that Donald Trump was done hard by. Like, they can deny all the allegations of voter fraud and all that other shit. They can deny it all they want. But we had evidence of the Democrats committing voter fraud during their own primaries. Say what you will about Bernard Sanders, but that motherfucker was sweeping primary after primary after primary. So how is it all of a sudden we get motherfuckers deciding delegates to the conference, delegates to the convention with a coin toss in Indiana? No, real shit, family. I saw the video. There was a number of votes that they weren't certain was supposed to be for Biden. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not for Biden, for Buttigieg or for Sanders. So they sat there and flipped the motherfucking coin and gave the votes to Buttigieg. No bullshit. Just rampant, open fucking corruption in their own primaries. You can't tell me a party that would corrupt its own fucking primaries, which, by the way, the Supreme Court says is perfectly fucking legal for them to do. So before you jump all over the Democrats, understand every level of government is involved in this shit. If they can screw democracy in their own fucking primaries, why is it so beyond the pale to believe that they might screw with democracy in the actual election itself? Now, I'm not saying Donald Trump won. I'm not one of those people. I don't have enough evidence to say one way or the other one, except that it appears Joe Biden won the election. And at this point, the Electoral College certified him as the winner of the election anyway, because our votes don't matter for fucking shit, right? It's the Electoral College that votes for president. So it don't really fucking matter if they find a goddamn tractor trailer full of votes for Trump in Wisconsin, Georgia, Indiana, and Michigan. If they find that shit tomorrow, it won't fucking matter. But why is it that the Democrats get to act like they holier than thou? Like they're above committing fucking corruption and fraud. If the Republicans was playing little bullshit ass games during the primary and deciding delegates to the convention with a coin toss, every American would be pointing fingers at the Republicans saying, see, that's the crony ass, corrupt, You know, they don't give a fuck about democracy. They ain't shit. They would be pointing at the Republicans and reading their goddamn boots, and rightfully so. The primaries is the only place we actually get a motherfucking say on a candidate to begin with. So if you're corrupting the primaries, you're basically corrupting democracy at that point. Barrington is absolutely right. The Supreme Court said that the Dems and the Republicans aren't political parties. They are corporations. They are legal persons. And in their internal decisions on who they want to put forth as candidates, they don't have to give a fuck about having any goddamn elections. Truth be told, that whole election process is smoke and mirrors. The Democrats can meet, the muckety mucks of the DCCC and the DNC can meet and say, okay, who we want? Oh, we want Buttigieg? What do y'all think about Marianne Williams? Get the fuck out of here. Okay, so it's either Buttigieg or Biden, right? All right, let's flip a coin. Shit, looks like it's Biden. And they can do just that. And it's legal. So for all this talk about democracy, that the Democrats are fighting for democracy, that they're not trying to corrupt the process so that the people can have a say, is complete fucking bullshit. The Dems are going to put into office, or at least put up as candidates for office, whoever the fuck they want. You don't have a say. You do not have a say. So to sit here and act like that Trump has just lost his mind because of the possibility of election fraud. I ain't gonna necessarily say voter fraud. I'm gonna say election fraud. To act like Trump is just gaslighting the nation when the Democrats have got fam, it would be one thing if we were making this shit up. By the way, to my people in the mountainside, woo-woo, in the Rockies, the mountain folk, Happy New Year, motherfuckers. Welcome to 2021. We made it. Holla at your man. If you mountain time, get at me. Happy New Year. We made it. West Side, our turn is coming, fam. I'm holding on to the last goddamn minute, West Side. We gonna celebrate. But to act like that the Dems are somehow above reproach, just lovers of democracy, is complete fucking bullshit. They got y'all sitting over here fighting over Russian hacking scandals and Russiagate and all this and that and the third. Meanwhile, the DCCC was corrupting the primary, so you couldn't get the candidates that you wanted elected as the candidate for president anyway. That's right, Kamala didn't earn hardly anybody as a delegate. And that bitch is one heartbeat away from the presidency. If that ain't corruption, I don't know what is. And you know they already setting up Pete Buttigieg to be something later on down the line, right? Y'all already know who they grooming, who they trying to king make. What qualifications? Fam, use your political noodle for just a second. Your name is Pete Buttigieg. You're a military veteran. And you're the mayor of a small ass town in the Midwest, right? What is it? Great Bend, Indiana, I think he was the mayor of, right? Great Bend or something like that. This motherfucker couldn't even run his own city. The cops were corrupt as fuck, killing black folk in South Bend. That was it, South Bend. In South Bend, Indiana. This motherfucker fires the goddamn police chief that he put in place to supposedly do something about the murder of black people in his city. And then when confronted about it, while he was running for the highest office in the land, by one of his constituents, by one of the people in his city, had the nerve to tell this black woman who brought legit grievances to his face, I don't care about your vote. I don't want your vote. Don't vote for me. The fuck? So you running for president, and your highest qualification is that you're mayor of some shit kicking ass town in Indiana, that you're not even running right, that your people aren't even happy with you being the mayor of. But now you sit on the cabinet of the president of the United States? Are you fucking shitting me? No shade to South Bend, but South Bend isn't like LA. You know, South Bend ain't like ATL. It's a little small city, and he ain't even running that right. But see, the thing is that Pete know how to get out there and fundraise that bread. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth, because I love you. And I want you to understand the crooked motherfuckers that the Democrats really are. Not saying I'm not saying the Republicans are better, but I need to disabuse you of your notion that the damn Democrats are any good at all. Pete Buttigieg is loved by the people that give money to the Democrats. Loved. He can go and speak right now and raise millions. Because he got two qualifications that them liberal, rich white folks love. He white and he gay. Buttigieg ain't too much of a troll. He can walk into a room and they empty in their pockets. That's why Buttigieg is being groomed. Wait a minute. You want to hear something else that you probably didn't know about? Kamala Harris do the same shit. You might not like that bitch's politics. She ain't got no politics. She's a chameleon. She'll take whatever position she thinks she need to take in order to get power. But the people that give the Democrats money love Kamala Harris. That's why she got the nod for VP. Stacey Abrams out here putting in all this work for the Democratic Party to make sure that the votes get honored, even though they're corrupting their own goddamn votes. And this, that, and the third. She out here putting in all that work. And she done held office before. But she don't raise no money. So there wasn't no way in hell she was going to get the nod. But Kamala pretty. And she a chameleon. She'll say anything to any audience to get that bread. Because she ain't never had to work a motherfucking day in her life. Thanks to her and her connections with low down Willie Brown. She's been given every spot she's sitting in. And so, like any good lizard, she worked it. She knows how to work a room. Kamala Harris can walk into a room full of donors and walk out with checks. That's why Stacey Abrams wasn't your VP. That's why, what's her name? Keisha or whatever from Keisha, you know, the mayor of ATL. What's her name? Keisha, I forget her last name. But that's why she didn't get even a look. Let's keep it a full ass buck. Buttigieg and Harris raise bread. And that is precisely why they've got positions as VP and will sit in the Biden administration. That's why they will be groomed for future office, because they're the ones that help bring in the funds for campaigns. Biden's campaign was on its last motherfucking leg. Thank you. Keisha Lance Bottom. That's right. They offered her, what was it, ambassador to the Bahamas. Man, I'm telling you, if you was black and you was caping for Biden, you ought to feel real ashamed of yourself at this particular point. Straight up and down. Biden said he was going to have your back. He was right. He putting you way in the back. Ambassador to the Bahamas. Because you know niggas like the Bahamas, right? Biden can't even reward you without being insulting if you're black. I'm just saying. I'm just keeping it a full ass buck. Like, she don't get a spot in this administration for all that cape, and like her cape was flapping in the wind for Biden. Right? She came out early with her endorsement for Joe Biden. She got offered an ambassadorship to the Bahamas. Fuck out of here. Oh man, and who can forget? That was, by the way, I'm not even ashamed to admit that one of my highlights politically of 2020 was when Joe Biden had Stacey Abrams come on national TV. Even the reporter's like, wait a minute, why do we have Stacey Abrams here? Mr. Vice President, do you have an announcement that you're looking to make? I mean, he's salivating. He's thinking he's about to break a news story, right? You know, the reporter hyphy, Stacey Abrams cheesing. You can see all 32 teeth, fam. And he starts going on talking about how she's worked hard to ensure the vote and this, that, and the third. Then he went on one of them typical patented Biden rambles and didn't say shit about VP. And her face broke, fam. Y'all remember that shit? Fam, I'm not bullshitting. That was one of the funniest political things I saw all of 2020. When he got the rambling, doing that old Biden man ramble shit that he be doing, where he talk but it don't make no sense. She just went from like this, she was like this, to like this. Blinking like every 3 seconds and shit. Fam, I'm telling you, that shit was political comedy gold. You know, shout out to Professor Black True, right? Whatever you think about the brother, you gotta admit, he's good at coining some taglines. And one of my favorite taglines that the brother says is that Coonan don't come with a retirement plan. Fam, I'm telling you, this shit was absolutely hilarious. He humiliated her publicly. And she still kept caping. Wait a minute. Didn't Simone Sanders like play linebacker for Joe Biden's team during the campaign? Like, she was literally tackling folk. And she couldn't even get press secretary? Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Did Simone Sanders get press secretary for Biden's administration? Somebody give me the yay or nay on it. Who did he nominate? I'm gonna look that shit up on Google right now. Let's see. Okay, so we got Karine Jean-Pierre, right? Oh, fuck, get out of here. I don't care about that. Biden names Jen Psaki or whatever White House press secretary. That a bitch. I don't even know who she is. Seriously, fam. Seriously. Yeah, but look, let me tell you something. Kamala picked a good gopher in that one. Seriously. Because if you don't get, you know, if Kamala has any issues getting her pumpkin spice latte, Simone Sanders is liable to tackle they motherfucking ass. Seriously. It's ridiculous. No black person of any substance that anybody gave a shit about is going to be in any way empowered under a Biden administration. Except I think for one, and he supposedly is like a former he's either a former lobbyist for like the financial industry or something like that. There's one brother, one black man, I should say, that's going to be pretty high up in Biden's administration. But he's like connected to money. He's like Wall Street money. So yeah, you know Biden ain't gonna put no black face up there that ain't connected to no bread. And yeah, you're right, Strong Flower. Like, really, truth be told, Abrams should not even have expected that Biden was gonna give her the nod for VP, right? But at the same token, though, you gotta admire the fact that Biden will go out of his way to be insulting to black people. Like, seriously, he will just go out of his motherfucking way. Like, even when he's so-called being, you know, complimentary, he's still dissing us. So, senior advisor and chief spokesperson for the vice president. I wonder if they're gonna let Simone Sanders hang the ornaments on the White House Christmas tree or something, right? They got to give that sister something to do. Seriously, they might let her hang the ornaments on the White House Christmas tree. You know, when Jill Biden picked out all the decorations and shit, they'll let Simone come in and put the angel on top, long as it's white. Wow, fam. Hey, 2020, politically speaking, has been a year of absolute comedy and disappointment. It's been a tragic comedy, right? It really truly has. Politically, it has been a tragic comedy, right? Yeah, she gonna put out the Kwanzaa candles, fam. Because, you know, for some reason, Kamala's gonna celebrate Kwanzaa. Okay, so there was one thing I wanted to mention. We haven't spoken in a while, and a lot of wild shit has been going on. Like that call with Joe Biden and all those so-called civil rights leaders where they basically kowtowed to him like a little bitch, where he talked to them like they had 3 heads. And they just sat there. And by the way, if you haven't watched that call, like the whole call, make sure you do so. You will never respect any of the Negroes again, ever. If you had any respect for any of them to begin with. Because they got talked to like Biden's name was baby powder. Okay? I'm not bullshitting. Biden came off like his name was baby powder. During that call, I kept expecting him to take out the baby powder. You know, bust one of these talking about pop, pop. Just slapping their ass up. Seriously, I'm the only one who was talking about healing the soul of our nation after what happened in Charleston, South Carolina. The fuck? Biden, you were nowhere near the only one talking about the Unite the Right, alt-right rally and the ramifications of that shit. First of all, like him or hate him, Jason Black was on that shit from Jump Street. Jason Black actually interviewed Richard Spencer ass. How the fuck Biden were the first to talk about any of this shit? He might have been maybe the first non-right-wing politician to maybe say something. But what the fuck does Biden know about healing the soul of our nation anyway? What the hell does that even mean? Is that like some conscious of the Congress type shit? Because, you know, the CBC is good at spinning, you know, like spinning adjectives to try to make them mean something. Right? Like the CBC, you know, you talk about the CHC, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, they're there for advocacy for Hispanics. You talk about the CAPC, the Congressional Asian Pacific Islander Caucus, they're there to advocate in the interests of Asian Pacific Islander citizens of America. You talk about the Congressional Black Caucus, or the Black Caucus as they call themselves at this point, and they're the conscience of the Congress. The The hell does that mean? What? Huh? Do they all get their adjectives from the same book? Like Master Biden, who's now the Democrat, you know, the Democratic Party told all of his loyal Negroes what the accepted speech is, and so now they all tend to talk like that. Like nobody says anything fucking tangible. Seriously, fam. Like Biden talks like he's got dementia. But now all the rest of these motherfuckers, all these black gatekeepers all talk like they got dementia too. And yes, by the way, Richard Spencer backed Joe Biden. That should, fam, that actually should have got much more play in the media than it actually did, number one. And number two, the fact that Richard Spencer, a white identitarian, a rabid Christian white identitarian, said that he is for Joseph Robinette Biden, aka Jim Crow Joe, should have told you everything that you needed to know about whether or not you should vote for that motherfucker. I kid you not. I kid you not. The fact that Richard Spencer, former arch leader of the alt-right, darling of the young white racist vote in America, supported Joseph Robinette Biden for president, not Donald Trump. What was that everybody was saying about the lesser of two evils again? Think about this. If Donald Trump was so racist that he would do anything to further the goals of the arch white supremacists on the alt-right, or on the basically the hard right, the open white supremacists, right? If he was so racist that he would do literally anything to further their goals and aims, why would one of the most well-known leaders of the modern day incarnation of the hard racists of America back his rival, his opponent? I think that's a damn fine question, don't you? We were told Orange Man bad. Okay? And let's keep it a buck. Donald Trump was not a good fucking president. Not at all. I ain't forgot the fact that he told the Proud Boys to stand down or stand back and stand by. I ain't forget none of that shit. But I also didn't forget that this was the same president who, in celebrating the 400-year anniversary of the state of Virginia, called my ancestors sacred souls either. Like, if we can deprecate the man for racist rhetoric, cool, I'm with that. I'm all for deprecating racist rhetoric and bastards who say shit like that. But I can also give them props when they say amazing, wonderful things, especially in the highest office in the land. I can give Donald Trump his props when he talks to a group of black people and points to them, sweeping his finger across them and say, it was you all that built the country. Unlike Joseph Robinette Biden, who hasn't met an immigrant he's not willing to give the credit for building America to. I'm just keeping it a full-ass buck. When Donald Trump talked to black people, he talked to black American people, like Jason said, like Darker Vision said. He didn't try to lump us with a bunch of Africans and everybody else. He didn't try to lump us in with Latinos. When he had sit downs with black people to address black shit, it was black people in the room. Now, don't get me wrong. These were conservative black people, right? These were people like, Pastor Darnell and, Terrence, Terrence Johnson, the little scrawny hanger on that just love Trump's nuts, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? So he had people that were sycophantic to him that also identified to a certain extent with his political position. But I never once saw a meeting with Donald Trump and black folk that had anybody else in the room but Donald Trump and black folk. Now again, he was not a good fucking president. His legacy will be for shit and good fucking riddance. But just like I can denigrate the man for his ill shit, I can also acknowledge when he did good shit too. I can acknowledge the fact that Donald Trump never tried to lump us in with Asians and never tried to lump us in with Hispanics and lump us in with motherfucking hunchbacks and lump us in with gays and lump us in with dolphins. When Donald Trump spoke to black folk, he spoke to black folk. And he spoke about black folk. With none of this people of color bullshit. It wasn't no BIPOC. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it a full ass buck. No president in the history of America, including Barack Obama's ass, has said anything approaching the glowing terms to describe our enslaved ancestors as Donald Trump. Trust me, I went back and looked at footage and read transcripts of speeches all the way back as far as until I got tired. And I never once seen an American president actually embrace and put, even in rhetoric, mind you, just in rhetoric. I'm not even talking about actually doing something. No president has actually ever done something specifically for black people. But no president up till Donald Trump, even in rhetoric, has talked about the enslaved individuals that are our ancestors in anything resembling the uplifting, glowing terms that Donald Trump did on that day in August in fucking Virginia. And you could quote me on that. That man sat there and called our ancestors sacred souls and acknowledged their sacrifice. He said they were sacrificed to build this great nation. No president, not a one. Mark me, not a one. Not Barack Obama, not any other president before him, and probably no president after him will say such things publicly about our ancestors. Not a one. I'm so confident I will give you $100 if you find a reference. If you find a reference from any other president that mentions our enslaved ancestors in such glowing terms, mark it for me, email me, blackoutcastmedia@gmail.com, and I will cash app you or Venmo you or whatever $100 cash. That's how confident I am that no other president before Donald Trump said that shit. Now, of course, it's just rhetoric, right? I get it. But so is saying that there is fine people on both sides down in down in Charlottesville. That's rhetoric too. But we were supposed to be mad at Donald Trump for that rhetoric. And if you were, I get it. But we're not supposed to acknowledge the rhetoric where he said something that no other president has ever said about our people. We're supposed to be mad when Donald Trump signs an executive order specifically to help out Asian and Pacific Islanders. And if you were mad about that, I respect it. I get it. Right? But when Donald Trump makes it clear that the whole first step, which he acknowledged wasn't complete. He said, this is a first step. Give me more legislation and I will sign more legislation to help more black people escape the clutches of the mass incarceration system. We're not supposed to give him credit for that. Barack Obama went and visited a federal prison and reduced the sentencing disparity from 100 to 1 to 19 to 1. And we're supposed to give him eternal accolades. Donald Trump, specifically in the First Step Act on the federal level, made the lives of our brothers and sisters who are inmates in federal correctional institutions immediately better, with more opportunities to be able to get out and programs in place to reduce recidivism. But Orange Man bad. Again, I'm not a Republican. I don't have a horse in this motherfucking race. But even I could see that if you were even choosing, if your calculus and making a calculation as to who you were going to choose for president in 2020 moving forward was the lesser of two evils, and you were a descendant of the enslaved here in the United States, even I could see that the best choice of the lesser of two evils was Donald J. Trump. For us. May not have been for the rest of the country who are finally getting treated like Negroes. I bet white folks got a whole lot of reasons to be mad at Donald Trump. But what that got to do with us? It's not like they get mad when we get mad about shit. So, fuck I care if they mad at Donald Trump. Because he talk about grabbing women by the coochie and, you know, all this other shit. Donald Trump a crude, rude, loud, disrespectful, corrupt businessman. You know what the fuck you was when you elected him. Now, granted, you only had an option between him and sniper fire. Boy, you want to talk about being trapped between a rock and a hard place. Elect a motherfucking corrupt, despotic, nepotistic businessman or elect Hillary Clinton. And we chose the corrupt, despotic, nepotistic businessman. You feel me? Like, man, 2020 wasn't even bad. It wasn't even a hard decision for black folk, or at least it shouldn't have been, right? But 2016 was just horrible. Seriously, legit. In my chat, anybody who's willing to admit they voted for Hillary, go ahead and pop a one in the chat. I'm not going to shame you for it. Right? I just want to get an idea. I want to see something. Anybody willing to admit they voted for Hillary Clinton? We know for a fact, by the way, that a whole bunch of folk voted for Hillary Clinton because she did win the popular vote. She just didn't win the electoral vote. So people can come off the bullshit. There was a lot of motherfuckers that was willing to accept sniper fire, super predator as president. Darker Visions said we could have leveraged Trump's narcissistic personality and desire for approval to get tangible. That took whole sections and whole swathes of our tribes people and said that because they share a conservative bent, because they are right wing, because they're Republican, that they may as well not be members of our lineage. You tell me how likely that would have been for us to do. I'm not saying you're wrong, Jason. I personally agree 100% with you. It's a great idea, which is exactly why it didn't get done. Because that would be something that we could measure. And therein, fam, lies my whole purpose and my whole issue, and thus my goals for 2021 for the Angry Black Sheep and myself, should you guys choose to accept the mission I'm going to offer you, is that we've too long been listening to folk that were perfectly willing to talk as long as there is nothing tangible you can point to, nothing measurable you can point to, that we're willing to take the credit for every movement that even looked like it might be in a certain direction. Why? Because you couldn't measure it. No more of that shit. No more of that shit, especially in politics, but period, in general. No more of that. No more coming up with strategies where we don't have a way to measure its effectiveness or efficaciousness. Because even if we embraced down ballot, simple down ballot, not Democrat down ballot, just down ballot. If we accepted that as a strat, if we said that that was a political strat that we were going to embrace, how do you calculate the effectiveness of down ballot? How you would calculate that is very simple. You would look at the percentage of black people that voted for Joe Biden versus the percentage of black people that either were tabulated to not have cast a vote for Joe Biden or did not vote at all. You would subtract the people that did not vote at all, right? Because that doesn't count as part of your down ballot strat. And the difference would be the efficacy, the effect of your advocacy for down ballot voting. It's a simple mathematical formula. Why do I bring that up? Because I want you to do that analysis for this last election for president. I want you to do that analysis. That's okay, Sister Alma. Like I said, I ain't here to shit on you, sis. I know there was at least a good portion of the nation that voted for Hillary Clinton, right? So no shame on you for that, okay? Or I'm sorry, for Obama. You said voted for Obama. Okay, right? I got you. And I think that would have been 2008, right? Because he wouldn't have been able to run in 2016. But I want you to do that analysis. And there's a reason why I ask you to do that analysis. Because if you do that analysis, if you analyze the percentage of black Americans that voted for the Democratic candidate in 2020 versus the numbers that voted for the Democratic candidate in 2016, then you can actually determine whether or not your messaging around down ballot voting was successful. Here, since we got time before us West Siders celebrate the new year, let's do the work right now. Let's get us started on the right foot, shall we? So we're going to look at the 2016 presidential vote by race. Here we go. 91% voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. Okay, so let's look at the voting demographics in 2020. Thank you, y'all, for y'all's patience. I appreciate it. So, between black men and black women, 81%. Let me see here. Wait, no, that's the voter margin. Sorry, give me just a second. I apologize. 87% of black folk voted for Joseph Robinette Biden in 2020. Now, what does that tell us, fam? That tells us two things. One, 3% is kind of within the margin of error, right? You could have a 3% swing in a vote, and it doesn't really mean that much overall. But that also tells us one other important piece of data that you probably will only hear here on Black Outcast Media. That tells us that either the messaging for the down ballot strategy did not get out to enough black people, or it was completely disregarded by our people. 90% in 2016 for the Democratic candidate, 87% in 2020 for the Democratic candidate. Down ballot as a political strat did not fucking work at all. I'm comfortable saying that. We just looked at the numbers, fam. Here, I'll put the results right here in the chat for you, so you can see it for yourself. This is from the New York Times. This was 2020. And here's the information to the Pew Research Trust from 2016. There you go. 90% in 2016, 87% in 2020. Real talk. I know I told y'all to do the work yourself, but this is a gimme. This is a freebie to start you off for 2021. I wanted you to get a hint, an idea of where we're going in 2021. We're going towards shit you can put your hands on, that you can measure, that you can count, that you can see, that you can analyze and actually get a measure of success or failure. If we fail, so be it. If we are successful, we will be able to demonstrate it. We won't have to sit here and proselytize. We won't have to sit here and push advocacy. We will either be successful in our aims and goals because we will be able to demonstrate efficacy, demonstrate actual, measurable, tangibles and goals and success, or we will be able to show our failures and we will be able to acknowledge them. We will be able to say, fam, this was the game plan. This was the measurables. This, based off of our measurables, shows us with a strong level of success. This, based off of our measurables, shows us having failed in our endeavors. But we are going to do some shit in 2021. The talking will soon cease. That's a promise. That is a promise. I love you, my angry black sheep, and you will always be my angry black sheep. But this medium will go radio silent at some point. That is a given. As I stated before, will it go out with a bang or will it go out with a whimper? That will not be my choice solely. It will be, as all things have been in Black Outcast Media's history, it will be our choice. I know you're saying, I don't choose where to end it all. That's not an option. I can't do this forever. Nor, to be quite sensible, nor should I. Like, at some point, I will just be simply repeating the same shit over and over again. And as much as I love to teach, as much as I love to learn, as much as I love to dialogue, as much as I love to analyze, there does reach a point where we have done all the analysis, where we've dug through all the dustbins of data and information. There comes a point when we have to fucking do something. Yeah, Sister Strongflower, voting dim down ballot was a no-go. It really was. And that's not me saying that because I wanted it to be a failed strategy. Not at all. Remember, they told us to be grounded in the data. The data suggests one of two things. One, we did not have enough penetration in our requisite ethnic demographic, in our community, amongst our tribe. We didn't have the penetration enough to push the idea of democratic down ballot voting out to enough people to have any influence. So that's option number one. From an analysis of the information given at hand. Or two, we did have that penetration. We were able to reach a whole shit gob of black people, and they simply thought it was a bullshit strategy and thus didn't engage it. There is only two options. Now, both of which, from the numbers, suggest a failure at some point. Either a failure to reach enough black folk, or we failed at influencing those black folk that we reach to embrace the strategy. That's your only analysis that you can really have. Actually, scratch that. I don't want to commit a false dichotomy. There actually is one other conclusion that you can draw from that analysis. One other conclusion. But I'm loath to draw that conclusion because that conclusion actually is worse than the other two conclusions. A third conclusion could be is we simply put just don't have that much influence politically as we might think we do. That is another option. Simply put, we could simply be so politically powerless that no matter what we do, we are never going to have much more influence than what we have now. That's a conclusion that would be hard for many black folk to accept. That would be a conclusion that would render moot a lot of current activity in scurrying politically, which again, I'm going to mention it in the interest of being forthright, but is a worse conclusion than either of the two conclusions I laid out before, because of those two conclusions, both of them can be corrected. In the first conclusion, we could actually continue to work on our push to increase our penetration amongst our people, so that when we speak on various political stratagems, we can speak authoritatively and a large enough mass of black people will embrace those political stratagems. So that can be corrected. This election was a failure by any measure, but that doesn't mean it's a permanent failure. It's just that the strategy embraced in this election had no effect, no measurable effect. Any effect that we could claim it had is within the margin of error. Right? But that's not a permanent failure. The second option is also not a permanent fail. Right? If we have reached enough black people with our particular stratagem, but they simply didn't buy in, it simply means that we need to change our political stratagem. And that is not a permanent failure. Unless you're so ossified that you're married to a particular strategy, that should be easy enough. So again, not a permanent failure. But the third analysis is a permanent failure. A lack of any political ability to move the needle at all means essentially politics is a closed lane of influence for us as black people to forward our goals and aims. And that's keeping it real. It means we got to choose another route. Not a permanent failure for us permanently, but a permanent failure in politics. Which is why I think a lot of people would be loath to accept that analysis. Sister Strongflower said, we must force all black people to think for themselves. They can no longer be blind followers. No. I agree with you on everything except that. You cannot force people to think, Sister Strongflower. We can carry the horse all the way to the water. You can literally put that horse on your back. You can push its neck, if you're strong enough, down into the water. You can't make them gulp it. They could be thirsty as hell, but you can't make them drink it. Not to mention the fact, Sister Strongflower, do you want to be that person? Is that your purpose here in this little blue dust ball? Is to corral Negroes politically, to make them think about the ramifications of their political decisions? If it is, I wish you all the best of luck. Hell, I'll even join you. I ain't got shit else better to do. But I don't want that to be my mission in life. Not at all. Who's still with me, fam? I know it's late for most of y'all across the country. The only people left is probably West Siders. West Siders, let me hear from you. Tablicker, you still in the chat? You up here in my neck of the woods. You still riding? Or did you drop out? Hell, I know y'all old. Sister Alma, you still with me? Oh, Stakes is in the house. What's good, fam? You still up? Stakes, where you at? What time zone you in? You a West Sider like me? Or you one of them diehard East Siders? Where you at, fam? Oh, okay. Well, shit, you better still be up. I'm older than you probably, and I'm still rocking it. We got 5 minutes, fam. 5 minutes. I'm not gonna lie, I'm tempted to go out and bust off a shot or two, but I don't want to upset my mother-in-law because she's sitting in here. I don't want to tick her off if I bust off a shot for the new year. They don't really do that up here. Hey, Texas is still in the house. Sister Alma's still in the house. Yeah, fam, I'm not gonna lie. I do miss KC. Because KC right now probably sound like Beirut. I bullshit you not. In KC on New Year's, woo! The cops don't come out. I'm telling you, fam, in the city, the cops don't come out on New Year's. Seriously, fam, we be out there with the artillery. Okay? Last time I was in KC for New Year's, fam, tell you a quick story. I'm over in my front yard, and all the homies was over across the street at the homie house, right? And I'm talking about he had barbecued and shit. So there was like, is it legal? Who cares if it's legal? Like, nobody give a shit if it's legal. Matter of fact, that's the one question on New Year's I've never even asked. Is it legal? I've asked, do we have enough ammunition? I've asked, y'all having fun? I've never asked if it's legal. It probably ain't, but oh well, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you know Watt's about to get down, fam. Matter of fact, Darker Visions, I'm surprised Watts haven't been sounding like that in the hours leading up to. You feel me? Because I know Inglewood, they getting stupid up in there. I got relatives down there in Inglewood. You know what I'm saying? You know, right off of Crenshaw, boy, it's a wrap. I'm telling you, Alma, it does sound like, hey, let me tell you something, Alma. So the homie had all the people over there at the house, right? Because he did a barbecue. So you had kids out there. You had, the ladies was out there. People was slapping bones on the front porch. You know what I'm saying? The whole 9 yards. But it was getting close to New Year's, right? So my man goes up in the house and he comes out with a long barrel AK. Yes, an AK-47. I'm seeing all the rest of the cats strapping up with various rifles and shit, right? So I go over across the street because I got me a little pea shooter. I'm going to let off a few shots or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I appreciate it, Sister Strongflower. I really do. But the craziest shit I saw that night was a little shorty, 9 years old, underneath the 9mm, standing out in the middle of the street like, back up, back up, back, 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 back. This little motherfucker emptied out the whole clip. I was just like, ugh, y'all doing it real big over here, right? So, damn, for real? Yeah, Sister Alma, I ain't gonna lie. It's kind of fucked up. I think black people forget the law of gravity. What goes up must come down. You know what I'm saying? But I digress. Anyway, we out there dumping off. And the whole city sound like, I mean, it's just lit up. All you hear is gunshots everywhere. So here come one time, pulling up the block. Now, they call themselves being clever. They wasn't going to get out the vehicle. No. What they did was they hit the little clacks and they was like, poof, and they flashed the lights to let us know they was there. But they wasn't getting their ass out that car with all that artillery out there. So we decided to be nice. We said, all right, these punk ass cops gonna harass us until we leave. Let's just go ahead, go in the house, eat up the barbecue, you know, drink, play some cards, some bones, whatever. Okay, cool. So we all start clearing out. Except for one cat. My man Kurt grabbed the AK, walked over in front of the police car and was like, doo, 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 doo. And he dumped off the whole magazine. Then he looked at the cruiser and he said, now I'm done. And turned around and walked into the house. Fam, and with that one, Happy New Year. Welcome, West Siders, to 2021. This will be our year, goddammit. I'm telling you, we about to get it in. We are about to get it in. Happy New Year to all of you. To my East Siders, my Central, Midwest folk, to the Mountain folk, and now to the West Siders. Happy New Year. 2021 is here. Fam, get ready for a ride. 2020 has been a whole goddamn movie. And I know a lot of you are exhausted, worried, scared, the whole 9 yards. But you know what, fam? New Year comes to remind us that good times don't last, but bad times don't either. You feel me? Good times don't last, but bad times don't either, fam. There is a light at the end of the Rona tunnel. There's a light at the end of your financial tunnel. If you need help, ask for it. We got. We got to try to help each other, fam. We got some tough, hard choices to make. We're going to have people moving forward that's going to be struggling with evictions, with the loss of job. We're going to have to take care of each other. We're going to have to show and prove what this cleaving to each other, what this claiming the name really is all about. And I'm going to lead the way, fam. If there's anything I can do to help any of you in 2021, you simply only have to ask. If I can call it, I'm going to call it. And you don't owe me shit. Because we peoples, we tried. All right. So family, with that shit, I'm wrapping it up. I'm getting my ass up from this chair stretch. I'm thinking about going off and busting off one shot because there's a lot of shit going on out here right now. Maybe I can cover mine up. I love y'all. Fam, Happy New Year. You'll see me again soon. But until then, love, peace, prosperity, and power. Real power to our people.